Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black Power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Worst time, he even had a newspaper, he still was doing business at his worst period. We are complaining to just find a job. Thank you. They're waiting on others to be able to repair it. And this is what I was saying about even in the form of a museum, and we're complaining about the schools, museums and what's not. We need to create our own. And for us to be able to create in our own, it goes back to the economical system.
Myself, Omega, Axel. Anytime I'm in and around town, I'm tuned into Black Ice TV 7.
Peace.
Just started going in and I'm like, there you go, right there. And then when we was talking about Queen Diamond, because she said to me, so Queen Diamond's alive? And I'm going, yeah, she's alive still. And then that was it. So what about Queen Nana? What about Queen Yaya Santue? What about, and I'm just thinking, she's actually remembering them as well. She's sitting there, not with the books in front of her, asking me the questions off of the top of her head. Brother, the books, it's a no-brainer, fam. So that's success to me, man. That's
and you have 8 times to be born as a human being. I'm sorry, 7 times to be born as a human being into the family you originally came in. And each of the 7 coming and going, you have 8 steps of ethical moral development you must complete to be an Orisha. Of course, most people never make it to Orisha, but you become reverend ancestors who go and come with messages of development for your people, for your community, for your family. And in that cycle, when you don't complete it, you go back to the realm of the ancestors where everything is reorganized so your destiny can be refashioned and you can come back again with another set of responsibilities.
So when you say you come back as an Orisha or a selected head, does that mean you were born, say for instance you was born into a certain...
If you reach the level of Orisha, you never come back again. Okay. You permanently exist.
But now, but that's a lot of people going there, so that means does that Orisha house get crowded?
No, very few people make it to the level of the Orisha. Most become reverend ancestors, and they constantly go and come, helping to raise that family and that community to a higher ethical, moral, principle level, so that they become an effective force as a unit in nature. But an Orisha is when you reach perfection. And when you reach perfection, you don't have to go through the cycle again. You become a part of the greater, what we call divinity, and a force in nature itself, which is appealed to by those who are going through the process.
Well, that would make sense, because by definition, at least in my head, you should not be on this planet if you're perfect. It's simple as that. But
everything is the struggle towards perfection, but the struggle towards perfection itself is a form of perfection. See? But if one is able to fulfill the task of becoming the perfected one, then you become an expression of an aspect of the divinity that has a permanent place in the guidance of the rest of the universe. You become a force of the nature.
Okay, but I have to, again, I'm going to stay with this. It would become awfully crowded, so that means that you have to transition from my concept, or my concept of being a being, to become this Orisha, that you no longer become a being. You almost like absorb into this concept of Orisha. In other words, you're no longer a separate being.
Orisha is a force of nature.
Oh, okay.
Every force of nature have multiple aspects, with no limit to the multiplicity. The wind has multiple aspects. You can't define the wind by one definition, because the wind have all of these different types of manifestation. All forces in nature does. And so you simply add to that force and represent that element of the force. For instance, Shango, most people talk about Shango as being the king, and he carries an axe and he's a warrior. But Shango represents the courage within any individual when he recognized the need to raise himself to a higher spiritual being. The courage that it takes to not only realize that, but to make that step, that leap. That's Shango. The war that Shango is fighting is against the negative qualities and attributes within the human character that blocks us from seeing the possibility of a positive developmental path, ethically and morally. So if you can conquer that, you are a king and you are a warrior. But once you do that, you must marry Oya. Oya's the wind. She's the feminine. What is the wind? Once you realize the need for change must marry change. The wind is change in process. So the metaphor of an Oya and a Shango is a metaphor about forces of nature, both within the human anatomy and without the human anatomy, that has a relationship to one another. And then Oya has to marry Ogun. Ogun is the god of iron, the god of steel, the god of war. But what does that represent? Iron comes about when you take a rock, what they call the ore, put it in a fire, heat it to a certain temperature, cause transformation to produce this thing called steel, which has this multiple utility. So the desire and the recognition for change marries change, and then change becomes polyandry and marries transformation that comes as a result of change. They're all forces in nature, but remember, the human anatomy is a replication of the greater nature. So the force exists, but the force must be cultivated. It doesn't just manifest. You must cultivate the force.
Well, if we're going to talk about that cultivation of the force, then that means that let's say that these people on the planet today, whatever stripe they are, we're in serious trouble, because we keep on being disrupted from those missions, from those rites of passages.
Everybody that you see simply represents possibility. But if possibility don't realize, they're just recycled to again represent possibility that might be realized.
But if we constantly recycle this morass that we're in, then we're, by definition, it remains a morass.
No, the one thing you've got to remember, in the African systems, even though we are overlaid by a lot of European, what they call paradigms today, there is no good, no bad. There's no right, no wrong. There's only what's appropriate. And the appropriation is about harmony and balance. You can't possibly have harmony without having what we call bad and what we call good, both being at its optimum. The problem we have is when we can't tell the difference between the two and we think one is supposed to outweigh the other. No. It's the equilibrium you're struggling for. You can't even define your good without the presence of what you've defined as being bad. You know, it's like in ancient Kemet, they talk about Set, and they talk about his brother Haru. People over here in the West ain't Set is evil and Haru is good. No. If you study Kemet, Set is just the other possibility. One possibility defines the other possibility. And so if you ever see a statue of Ramses, you'll see Haru, representative of all the positive aspects of Asar, standing on one side of Ramses at the level where Ramses is the greatest of great, and on the other side is Set. So Ramses cannot be a balanced king and a pharaoh without having an equal amount of Set and an equal amount of Haru. That's what creates Ma'at. Otherwise, whichever way we think he's leaning, he's out of balance, and he cannot create harmony. He can only replicate conflict.
From ever since the Gentile sound long, we bring it from now and we take it all over. I will tell them say I still a see I do. Catch up a burning flame and do again. Everyone them long to hear the sound. Sound, we come from Trenchtown. Everyone them long to hear the sound. It used to make the people gather round. Bob Marley is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Alton Ellis is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Del Harrison is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Ken Booth is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. We are the youths from Trenchtown, down. We made the music and create the sound. The youths from Trenchtown, nicing up the town. We are the youths from Trenchtown, down. We made the music and create the sound. The youths from Trenchtown, nicing up the town. Hey, hey, Bonnie Villa is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Dennis James is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Nesbitt is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Dean Fraser is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Triple L is a youth from Trenchtown. He made the music and create the sound. Wailing Soul is a youth from Trenchtown. They make the music and create the sound. We are the youth from Trenchtown, down. We made the music and create the sound. The youth from Trenchtown, nicing up the town. Hey, hey, the youth from Trenchtown. We come to collect some of the shilling and the pension found. The youth from Trenchtown, nicing up the town. Well, I'm your English, but hey, hey, hey. Me said the Trenchtown sound it been for Bob Marley, inspired by Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Black man redemption, black people glory. Know your roots, your culture, unbreaking story. Tell them say Trenchtown you bring a lot of inspiration. Ancient melody, sound from creation. And when it hits you, What a sensation, it uplift the nation. So play this one, yes, station. This me, I know, but you sure like party, no brother. Push on the fears and fall and ducker. Money and money can't fall in my brother. Don't forget, the no rise up the banner. All the weapons and gun, me honor. Joe, you take your words and tens of me mother. All the way love bring the music. Let me see the one for the one. Everyone them long to hear the sound. Sound, they come from Jamestown. Everyone them long to hear the sound. It used to make the people gather round. We are the youth from Jamestown, town. We made the music and create the sound. The youth from Jamestown, icing up the town. Hey, hey, the youth from Jamestown. We come pick a leg, some of the shilling and the pence and pound. The youth from Jamestown, icing up the town. Hey, you will be touch again.
Oh man, peace and blessings, family. Today's a beautiful weekend and we're all indoors, or some people are out doing their shopping as usual, and one or two are doing their work. Today I'm just doing some promotions and advertisement, and today this is Black Family First once again. And I'm going to put the advert once more to show you the kind of work that we're doing. This is Terry, Mr. Riggs, and I am playing you and giving you the information. So we're going to be going into a lot of details and a lot of information a bit later. So I'll quickly play this ad again, once again.
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends, and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Yes. Yes, family. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs. If you'd like to join the panel, please do so. The link is in the box, in the description box, but I will put it up once again. This is your beautiful Saturday, and today's question is: can we unify as a family? Or if we scared in forms of fear, and do we apply ego to our situations? You know, because I speak to a lot of organizations and I speak to a lot of people, and sometimes they feel that we are not able to unify as one family, as one togetherness. And sometimes we just have to wonder why. Why are we so segregated? Why does it pull us apart? Why do we try to act as an individual? So, by the way, at 3 o'clock on Black Eyes TV 7, as I will put the ad once again, in forms of what's happening. Hold on. In the forms of what's happening at 3 o'clock, we have PACM Talks, Pan-African Talks on Black Eyes TV. At 3 o'clock, there will be a premiere at 3 talking about the Garafunas. And then at 7 p.m., there will be a part 2. So please do check it out. And this Sunday as well, we're going to be dealing with the question time that we missed out on Sunday. So please check that out at 11:30 tomorrow. And then on Thursday, once again, we've got what we call True Talk. And the topic is, do we know the difference between information and propaganda? So don't forget, that's True Talk this Tuesday, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. EST time. So please check it out and able to get engaged. It's an open platform for many people to come. But going back, are we a unified people? Are we working together? What is it about? Greetings, my brother, Mr. Lee. Hope things are good. I see you there. I hope everything in Birmingham is great and there's many opportunities and you're cutting a lot of hair. But you know how it goes, Mr. Lee. So I'm going to put the link in the chat for the family. And able for you to come jump on the panel. If you feel that you want to come and jump on, this is a free panel to jump on. This is for the people, by the people. So please come and enjoy. Yes, this is our beautiful Sunday, and I'm here for you to teach you and give you the information, the knowledge, and name it, you can get it. You ask for it and I will give it. If you're here to come and promote and advertise your business or your services, please come on board and able to provide your information or just put it in the chat room and we shall promote it. So before I say move further on, please go. If you want to jump on the panel, please jump on the panel and able to see what's going on. Before I go on to the next part, quite a few bits and pieces that need to be discussed in that format. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. And you are doing all that lovely jubbly stuff, as I would say. So don't forget, 3 o'clock this afternoon, we have Pan-African talks, and they're going to be talking about the Garifuna. So please check it out on Black Eyes TV 7. So please check it out. So then you're able to provide and see the information, because it goes in deep. As our brother Vasco talks and gives you the little on the Garifunas, the information on the Garifunas, it's something that you should look out for. But if you are interested in coming on the panel, the link is in the chat. So check it out. Yeah. And jump on the panel. If you have something to talk about or you have something to say, please come on. So, in me saying so, there is a lot of stuff that needs to be talked about today. And I am going to go into certain things and tell me your views. Like today, as what I've put up. Hold on. For what I've put up in the facts of information, tell me what you think about this, because this is a bit of facts and situation of things facts that are happening in Africa. So before I move forward, let me share my screen. Peace, everybody. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house, and we are the Black family. And if you like to jump on the panel to promote your business, please do so. But the one thing I always say, share, like, and subscribe. So this is a bit of information that I saw earlier on yesterday. So I'm going to quickly play that and tell me your opinions and tell
small,
me what you think.
intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of United States of America, meaning you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us," unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control $305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swaths of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid. They paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing, and poaching annually. How can any continent, country, or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth, and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
From this parasite that bleeds Africa, that bleeds the world, that bleeds Afghanistan, that bleeds the people of Yemen who are dying by the thousands even as we have this discussion. This is the basis of a Brexit. It can't stand together anymore because the host is rejecting the parasite. It is creating crisis throughout Europe and throughout the imperialist world. I think it's necessary, brothers and sisters, to say that there has been a natural trajectory by African people for closer union. We know that we're talking about having this discussion in part because in 1884-85, Europeans sat at a table in Berlin, Germany, not a single African there, and carved up Africa into the territories that we now sometimes call countries and illogically refer to as nations. Africans didn't do that. It was Europe that did that. It was Europe and imperialism that required Africa to be divided so that the resources of Africa, both human and material, could come and pave the streets in London and grow the buildings in Amsterdam and bring clean water to New York, while the streets in Sierra Leone are not paved. And the people in Sierra Leone do not have clean water. And there's no national electric grid there. It is necessary to keep Africa divided by European imperialism and by all the imperialism in order to continue to suck the resources from Africa so that cell phones could exist here, so that Steve Jobs and the others could achieve some great notoriety from the coltan that comes from Congo, where Leopold killed at least 12 to 15 million Africans in order to conquer and keep Africa in the condition it's in today. We talk about a united Africa, an African Union, because of what European imperialism has done to Africa to keep us divided. We know it's true. We saw 100 years or so ago, Marcus Garvey organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Leagues that stretched across the globe. More than 11 million African people everywhere were connected to this. Africa for Africans, at home and abroad. That was the cry. Not Africans for Nigerians that didn't even exist until the British created in 1915. And Flora Shaw, the mistress who would become the wife of Frederick Lugard, came up with the name nigger area. Not this false national consciousness that has been imposed on Africans around the world. So that when the Portuguese found shrimp on West Africa and then named it for the Portuguese word for shrimp, Cameroon, it is not true that they are shrimp, despite the fact that the people call themselves Cameroonians today. It is a false national consciousness. The false national consciousness that created the American Negro, that created the Black Brit, the Afro-Swede. We are one Africa, one nation, and we must have closer union. But in order for that to happen, it has to be a revolutionary union. The Organization of African Union, created on May 25th, 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, was part of an effort to circumvent efforts by Kwame Nkrumah to build a single union of African states. And instead, we come up with an Organization of African Union that codified the colonial borders that were created by Europe in 1884 and 85. We have to be able to break out of this, but it's going to take revolution in order to do this. African revolution in order to do this. African revolution that will destroy imperialism and the world economy that's responsible for the growing immiseration of the masses of people around the world. Uhuru.
To really do your research very well and study the politics in Africa. Choose presidents that are bold. You might need to migrate and go and live in other countries. You have to look at how other countries responded to the COVID-19. Was it in Tanzania or
yes,
President Magufuli? Look at what he did. You said, no, we have to make our own assessments. Let's see what is happening. You rarely can find a leader that bold. If it was an average leader, he would say, what if something goes wrong? And he knew it was all because of aid. If you don't do that, we can't assist you financially. So do that. Shut down the country. He's saying, we are not supposed to be borrowing from you. Which means that kind of a leader, even if a vaccine is to come, that place can become the only city of refuge where leaders are ready to protect their people. Just giving you an example of who a leader is and what a leader is supposed to do in protecting his own people. But presidents like that, they don't live long. There will be chaos in their countries, and those countries outside will be sponsoring those wars. Okay? Because they want to control everyone. Everyone has to be caused.
Yes, family. And what do you think about that? That we have no power and we're not controlling, because, as I said in the forms of the title, is, are we unifying? Are we coming together? Do we have egos? Do we have fear? How are we going to come together if we're not on the same page? How are we going to able to create or develop or to show the people as unified? And you know, one thing is, it just takes 20 people to come together to creating something, or even a form of a small institution, to showing light to others, to enlarge or to increase and connect to the rest of the family. Doesn't matter what religion you take. Doesn't matter what the color of your skin in the facts of our black family. You know, you could be dark skin, light skin, you could be tall, short, but we're all coming from the same cloth. Why aren't we uniting as a black people? Why aren't we doing things as a black people? So when I go back to that forms of the triangular slave trade, is to reverse that and unify with the people in the Caribbean, unify with the people in South America, unify with the people on the motherland. And then we can have an economical system. That same system, as I was saying before, in the facts that if we understand the Asians being replicators, we understand the Europeans being the middlemen, and understanding the African continent as the creators. But the African diaspora knows all. So why can't we able to inject ourselves and unify with the African people? And regardless of what spiritual system we follow or who we are in our differences, it's to know the common goal. How are we going to accomplish that? What do you feel that we need to do? You know, and as I said, once again, if you have something to say on this title, please come onto the panel and come and talk to us about this. You know, let's reason, let's chat. And, you know, as I said, it's not everything that's got to be serious on here. You know, this is a free panel for you to promote and advertise your products or services. I'm asking for people to come on and, you know, and let's engage, let's network, let's manifest something from nothing to something great. As I've asked before about the legacies, what are we doing to create in our legacies? And I'm not talking our legacies for tomorrow. I'm talking about legacies 5 generations deep. So these are the kind of information I'm trying to give to the family so that we're able to seeing things in a brighter light. As I'll play this video I played before and able to see what is going on within the African world itself. You know, it gives you a greater insight. So I'm going to play this video, you know, and see the opportunities, because we are uniting, but we need to unite in a much better way as a family, all the way from our communities within London to the communities in Birmingham, to our communities in Manchester, to our communities outside the UK. We can do this. It just takes a minimal amount of people to push in that narrative. So I want to play this video so that you can able to soak in some of this information of us unifying, because it seems to me that a lot of people are in fear. They're scared to even unify, or they have an ego to want to be in charge. We all can be in charge. We just have to find our departments and our place. There is farms out there that we can connect with. There are manufacturers that we can connect with. There are resources. It's time for us to connect. So I want to play this video and you tell me what you think.
Africa is beautiful, but it's not just about the beauty. Aside from the breathtaking nature, Africa is endowed with a lot of natural resources. 30% of the world's known minerals are in Africa. From diamonds in South Africa, coltan in Congo, copper in Zambia, gold in Ghana, uranium in Niger, and massive oil reserves in Nigeria and Libya, Africa is without a doubt a wealthy continent.
Zimbabwe! Welcome to Rwanda. Sierra Leone, it's a blessed country.
But when you turn on the TV, the potential is different from the reality. What you see are images of starving kids, collapsed infrastructure, and a horrible living condition. So what is the problem?
It's about the system. Don't be fooled. When you see a black person holding up the system, he's even more dangerous than a white person. And do you know why he's more dangerous than a white person? Because if I see a white person holding up an exploitative system against me, it's very easy for me. I'm able to know. That's why our colonial struggles were able to go so clearly. Because we could see the enemy and we knew that this is not your land. What are you doing here? You need to carry yourself back to Europe. But when they went and they got replaced by their black versions, we were confused. That is neocolonialism. And the black versions continue the exact system that their white counterparts left behind. You must understand that. Because if you allow that to confuse you, we will not be free.
Hello. Yes, Thunder. What are you doing, man? You're wasting time. We need you in Africa to fire some of our leaders. Yes, I mean, how can Zambia have one of the largest copper reserves in the world, but 60% of its population still live under poverty and unemployed? You're surprised? I'm surprised too. Listen, copper is used in power generation, building construction, and car manufacturing. But none of these things happens in Zambia. They only extract the copper and take it to other countries.
Everything around Botundo belonged to the Swiss mining company, Glencore.
And leave Zambians in poverty and pollution.
Children suffer the most from this severe environmental pollution.
The boy couldn't breathe and had pain in his chest, and he started bleeding from his nose.
And that is why we need you now to come and fire our leaders. Thunder, please come and fire some of our African leaders. Yes, we don't have time, man. They are destroying the continent. Please come quickly, please. Nigeria. Africa's largest crude oil producer and the most populous nation with the people of African descent in the whole world, does not refine its own oil. Nigeria exports crude oil and imports refined petrol. Listen, this means that Nigeria's crude oil is actively creating employment in other countries, while millions of Nigerians are unemployed and living in poverty. It was Nelson Mandela who said that until Nigeria gets its act right, the African continent will continue to suffer. Okay, are you angry because of Nigeria's crude oil? Let me blow your mind. I know many of you like chocolate, but do you know that there are chances that the chocolate you had today came from the cocoa bean in West Africa? Because 70% of the world's cocoa bean comes from the African countries of Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon. But surprisingly, none of these countries is a top producer of chocolate. But every day we spend billions of dollars to import chocolate. It's the same thing. The way Nigeria's crude oil is being exported is the way we export our cocoa to import refined goods. As these resources keep going out to power other economies, this is how unemployment and poverty keeps growing.
The origin of this cashew is an illegal land. Now they're taking it to different countries now. We have no machine here, we have no, the federal government is not assisting us at the state government. If we have the machine, all these things could have not gone out. They are taking our resources to the outsiders. So we are losing, we are not making, and it's them that are making.
I can go on giving you other examples and talk about other problems, but this video will be too long. So let's talk about the solutions. You see, I'm a big advocate for the people of African descent all over the world to come back to Africa to invest their resources, their expertise, their knowledge and experiences in different sectors of the African economy. But to be honest, if we do not get leadership right, no matter their investments, our growth will be slow and insignificant. And time is a luxury we cannot afford. So the fastest way for us to grow is to fix leadership. And leadership cannot be fixed if we as individuals do not fix our minds. Let me explain.
This man, you see, was a two-term governor of a state in Nigeria. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison for diverting over 8 billion naira of the state funds into a private account. Barely 6 months after his conviction, he managed to get out of jail. Now, that sounds bad, but what is worse is this. When he got out of jail, he was welcomed like a hero. This man pleaded guilty for stealing over $250 million when he was the state governor. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison and he served only 4 years. When he returned, he was also welcomed like a hero. This man right here is the current serving governor of a state. He was caught on camera taking $5 million bribe from a contractor. Even with this evidence, the people still supported him and made him a two-term governor.
Now you can see that it's impossible to get quality leadership if we don't build a society of quality individuals. The king is nothing without the kingmaker. And in this case, we are the kingmakers. We the people give them the power they possess. Until we build our minds to look beyond religious and tribal sentiments, we will continue to have leaders who will steal public funds and open the gates to foreigners to take our resources while we continue to struggle. Our biggest problem is ignorance. So that is why you have to share this video, because the more enlightened Africans are, the better our chances of building a better Africa.
Africa is beautiful, but
Yes, family. Now you can see what I'm talking about. It's that we need to start building. And you know, everyone has their issues and everyone has their problems. But the more we can educate one another and able to get a better understanding of what we're about, the more we can able to unify ourselves. And it takes it from the home and the family. If the family can't unify, how can the world unify itself? So as I said before earlier, in the facts of looking at the home, looking at what's on the outside, how are we able to work for one another? How can we be truthful to ourselves? How can we have trust? Do we have to put ego into our situation? Or are we in fear of our situation? Is it because of the traumas that we have gone through and not able to heal ourselves? What is it that we need to able to unify ourselves, to come as a common denominator amongst all of us? What is it that we need to do? You know, because these are the kind of the questions and that I'm trying to create in forms of creating this think tank within our community. The more we create this think tank, the bigger we can become. So there's find ways of solutions. There's discuss. There's able to, you know, when they say Black Pound Day, we want Black Pound Day to be every day. We want to be buying amongst ourselves. We want to be exchanging within our community. And, you know, as I said, once again, it only takes a few. There is many opportunities across the globe. There is people that need help in Trenchtown, Jamaica. There's people that need help in Salvador Bahia. There's people who need help in the States. There's people that need help in the UK. But how can we make or generate wealth amongst ourselves and not as an individual? Because what you find in the Caribbean, what you'll find in America or Europe is that we have individual money makers. But do we have any form of community wealth? Do we have the situation where we can purchase our own buildings? Do we have the situation to purchase in our own roads? We need to build institutions, and institutions is what I'm advocating about. And then, as I said, once again, I want to play this video once. This is Professor James Smalls talking about the rites of passage, as I'm one of the members of the Manhood Academy official, and we have to at least give our youth, even if we don't get to see the fruits of its labor, but we can create the foundations of its labor. So I'm going to play Professor James Smalls once again. And, you know, just take in what he talks about, the rites of passage, because that's one thing that is missing is our life skills. We can be the best academia, but if we don't have life skills, we now disown our culture. So I want to let Professor James Smalls speak.
Asking you about the, I guess it's called phases of one's life.
Rites of passage.
Rites of passage, okay. So in the African system, what system, what other systems are there out? What systems are there out there that you know of?
Right, and the Yoruba, Akan, and most of the systems in Africa, they deal with a primary five. The rites when you come to birth. And the rites when you reach puberty, when you're being prepared for adulthood. The rites of adulthood, once that's between the 20s and about 50, and then and somewhere that let's deal with the 5, and then the eldership, which is between 60 and 75, and the last is the preparation for ancestorship. So those are the primary 5, but in between you have secondaries. So when you're talking about the puberty, where you're being prepared for adulthood, there is that entry into the community of adulthood. But when you get 30, you're being prepared to take responsible senior positions as an adult. And when you're in your 50s, you're being prepared to take the junior elder role, so that when you reach eldership, you're taking on the responsibility of the community to be a counselor, to be a guide, to be the historian. All of these elements are the part of what your function has to be. You're the conflict resolution persons in the community. And of course, that last one is always to prepare to be an ancestor. And that's a process where you go through a lot of rituals, where you begin to listen to the elders in the community on what messages you're supposed to take home to the ancestors about the condition of their children, and let them know what our efforts are, but what our needs are, and to make a major request on whom they should send back. What type of person needs to come back to handle the problems we're facing.
Oh, so because you're here, you can give them the update information on what's needed.
That's right. And all African systems have a what do you call it? The word when you go and you come. Reincarnation.
Yeah, okay.
And in all the systems I know, I don't know all of them, but the Yoruba, the Akan, Voodoo, so forth, you only reincarnate as a human in the family you initially came to Earth in. You don't come back as a tree or a bird or in another family in a foreign place. You come back in the family you left. But you come back as a higher spirit with another level of consciousness, depending on whether you truly develop. Now, in the Yoruba, for instance, they got a concept called Awu. Awu means we go and we come. And you have 8 times to be born as a human being. I'm sorry, 7 times to be born as a human being into the family you originally came in. And each of the 7 coming and going, you have 8 steps of ethical moral development you must complete to be an Orisha. Of course, most people never make it to Orisha, but you become reverend ancestors who go and come with messages of development for your people, for your community, for your family. And in that cycle, when you don't complete it, you go back to the realm of the ancestors where everything is reorganized so your destiny can be refashioned and you can come back again with another set of responsibilities.
So when you say you come back as an Orisha or a selected head, does that mean you were born, say for instance you was born into a certain...
If you reach the level of Orisha, you never come back again. Okay. You permanently exist.
But now, but that's a lot of people going there, so that means does that Orisha house get crowded?
No, very few people make it to the level of the Orisha. Most become reverend ancestors, and they constantly go and come, helping to raise that family and that community to a higher ethical, moral, principle level so that they become an effective force as a unit in nature. But an Orisha is when you reach perfection. And when you reach perfection, you don't have to go through the cycle again. You become a part of the greater, what we call divinity, and a force in nature itself, which is appealed to by those who are going through the process.
Well, that would make sense, because by definition, at least in my head, you should not be on this planet if you're perfect. It's simple as that. But
everything is the struggle towards perfection, but the struggle towards perfection itself is a form of perfection. See? But if one is able to fulfill the task of becoming the perfected one, then you become an expression of an aspect of the divinity that has a permanent place in the guidance of the rest of the universe. You become a force of nature.
Okay, but I have to, again, I'm going to stay with this. It would become awfully crowded, so that means that you have to transition from my concept of being a being to become this Orisha, that you no longer become a being. You almost like absorb into this concept of Orisha. In other words, you're no longer a separate being.
Orisha is a force of nature.
Oh, okay.
Every force of nature have multiple aspects with no limit to the multiplicity. The wind has multiple aspects. You can't define the wind by one definition, because the wind have all of these different types of manifestation. All forces in nature does. And so you simply add to that force and represent that element of the force. For instance, Shango, most people talk about Shango as being the king, and he carries an axe and he's a warrior. But Shango represents the courage within any individual when he recognized the need to raise himself to a higher spiritual being. The courage that it takes to not only realize that, but to make that step, that leap. That's Shango. The war that Shango is fighting is against the negative qualities and attributes within the human character that blocks us from seeing the possibility of a positive developmental path, ethically and morally. So if you can conquer that, you are a king and you are a warrior. But once you do that, you must marry Oya. Oya's the wind. See, She's the feminine. What is the win? Once you realize the need for change must marry change. The win is change in process. So the metaphor of an Oya and a Shango is a metaphor about forces of nature both within the human anatomy and without the human anatomy that has a relationship to one another. And then Oya has to marry Ogun. Ogun is the god of iron, the god of steel, the god of war. But what does that represent? Iron comes about when you take a rock, what they call the ore, put it in a fire, heat it to a certain temperature, cause transformation to produce this thing called steel, which has this multiple utility. So the desire and the recognition for change marries change, and then change becomes polyandry and marries transformation that comes as a result of change. They're all forces in nature, but remember the human anatomy is a replication of the greater nature. So the force exists, but the force must be cultivated. It doesn't just manifest. You must cultivate the force, you know?
Well, if we're going to talk about that cultivation of the force, then that means that let's say that these people on the planet today, whatever stripe they are, we're in serious trouble because we keep on being disrupted from those missions, from those rites of passages.
Everybody that you see simply represents possibility. But if possibility don't realize, they're just recycled to again represent possibility that might be realized.
But if we constantly recycle this morass that we're in, then we're, by definition, it remains a morass.
No, the one thing you've got to remember, in the African systems, even though we are overlaid by a lot of European, what they call paradigms today, there is no good, no bad. There's no right, no wrong. There's only what's appropriate. And the appropriation is about harmony and balance. You can't possibly have harmony without having what we call bad and what we call good, both being at its optimum. The problem we have is when we can't tell the difference between the two and we think one is supposed to outweigh the other. No. It's the equilibrium you're struggling for. You can't even define your good without the presence of what you've defined as being bad. You know, it's like in ancient Kemet, they talk about Set, and they talk about his brother Haru. People over here in the West saying Set is evil and Haru is good. No, if you study Kemet, Set is just the other possibility. One possibility defines the other possibility. And so if you ever see a statue of Ramses, you'll see Haru, representative of all the positive aspects of Asar, standing on one side of Ramses at the level where Ramses is the greatest of great, and on the other side is Set. So Ramses cannot be a balanced king and a pharaoh without having an equal amount of Set and an equal amount of Haru. That's what creates Ma'at. Otherwise, whichever way we think he's leaning, he's out of balance. And he cannot create harmony. He can only replicate conflict.
Oh, man. Yes, family. And that's what I'm talking about, is looking at our youth and looking at ways where we can able to unify our youth. And before I even go a bit more deeper, please press the like, share, and subscribe. And if you have done so, thank you very much. And I'm going to talk about, once again, in the facts of, on the Black Eyes TV, we have what we call the Pan-African Talks, which is going on at this moment, part 1. And it's giving a lot of info on the Garafunas and their culture and their system. So that will be going on the Black Eyes TV right now, the first part. And then the second part will be at 7 o'clock tonight. But this is a channel for everyone and the opportunity to promote, advertise, and to get to know what is going on within the community. So now, as I was saying, going back into understanding and going to our youth, you know, what we call the new beginning, it works on 5 pillars, which you have to understand: our health and well-being, understanding our history, and understanding our past. Without no mother, there is no you. So if you're talking about the now and you are the now, if you had no mother, you won't be around. So understanding our history and understanding the obstacles and the situations, why aren't we unifying? Why aren't we coming together? So we have to look into that past. So that first pillar is history. Then the second pillar is the health and well-being. And the health and well-being is understanding that you cannot have a job if you're sick. Understanding you servicing your body on a regular basis. Understanding that you can service your car every 6 months. But do you service your body 3 to 6 months? We had a topic, throwing gran under the carpet, meaning that all the traditions and the cultures that our gran has taught us, are we following up with it? And that's what we've got to think about. So when we're talking about the bitters and the medicines to wash out every Sunday, when grandma used to do that and get the family together, all them traditions are now beginning to disappear. So now we're going to the third pillar. The third pillar is institutions and organizations. As we're talking about the rites of passage, we're talking about the things like Manhood Academy, Origin, you know, and other organizations that do rites of passages, but getting to know and giving our children a foundation of life. The more we're giving our children that foundation, the more they have a better understanding of what their tasks is to do. So then working with these institutions, working, as I said to you, where we have the International Sister Circle, working with people from the NOI and doing certain events, working with people in Jamaica, working with people from Congo, Nigeria, Ghana, and all over the States. You know what, funny enough, saying that, I've just become a wellness warrior by Queen Afua, who has had to go through my rites of passage with her, and she's given me quite a lot of information, which makes me a bit proud because I just got that in the post. Then going into understanding all these different types of institutions. The next pillar, as I said, the fourth pillar is economics, understanding what we was talking about earlier in that forms of the triangular slave trade and reversing it. And let's trade amongst ourselves as well as to the general public. Let's take control of our wholesale. Let's control the situation and able to doing what we need done. Then the last pillar, which I said the pillar number 5, is media. As you see, I'm on the media right now, but there's many different media where medias need to unify. You know, you could be better than me. I could be very small media. It's nothing to me, but we need to unify together to able to push the same narrative out there so the general public has an understanding of what's going on within their community. So as I said, once again, we've got Black Eyes TV doing the Garifuna on right now at the moment, part 1, with the Pan-African Congress, the PACM, the first part, and then the second part will be at 7 p.m. later on. So watch out for that. So you can even wait till it's finished and still go back to it, you know, like it, you know, give it a tick. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. So I'm going to go back to understanding our history. And I'm going to play something from Robin Walker. And then I'm going to play something of our past within the UK. A little thing that I put together on Claudia Jones. So I'm going to play the Robin Walker first. little 15 minutes, enjoy, relax, because waiting for many people to come on board and let's have our discussions on the topic of today. So as I'm waiting, we'll be playing some videos to take our time back and relax.
The people have to pay the price for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare
RSK, let it play, boy.
And you've got the cultures that Jay Sainsbury's consider African in black.
Ethnic costs. So that's the reason why. So if you look at the dictionary that was published before 1962, look at the word ethnic, but it has to be an old dictionary. Nowadays, they want you to say black and minority. And no, it's a diss, but the word is molded its meaning, so you don't realize it's being dissed. You see? And so when African art is presented as ethnology, then that way they'll then say, well, it may have the elements of Cubism, but it's not Cubism, rubbish. You see, art historian Professor Roger Flight says, if you're looking at art, you analyze it as art. Absolutely. And then when you do that, then this stuff becomes a precursor to completely considered African. Where are they?
It's concentrated in Central and South.
So it's West and it's Central.
There's no East. That's not Africa. Apparently, that's some other part of the planet. All this stuff here has got nothing to do with Africa. Apparently, all this stuff is on Mars. Right? Now, the reason why they are dealing with West and they are dealing with Central is they are dealing with a racist theory called the true Negro hypothesis. And apparently, true Negroes are only in West Africa, and then their cousins, the Bantus, are in Central Africa.
Very divisive.
Does that make sense? And consequently, the only African history considered to be African is Negro and Bantu history. So the people of East Africa, according to that same racist theory, they're not Negroes at all. They are Hamites, they are Cushites, they are Danakils, they are Fozzie Wozzies. Yes, the term Fozzie Wozzies appear in the textbooks. And the people in Southwest Africa, they are Hottentots, they are Bushmen. Consequently, they are not Negroes. So according to this version of events, if you make Black history West and you make it Central, what are you making the main story in Black history? Slavery. Okay. And in that way, that becomes your history. And then people will look around at stuff like this, and then they conclude that African history is all crap. And so consequently, Black people come down to this room and then leave with the idea that their heritage is all rubbish. Do you see? So what I'm going to do is we're going to use this heritage, but I'm going to clean it up and represent it so that you can leave these rooms with a sense of pride. Okay, come this way. That way. Okay. Right, is this everybody? Okay, can we all see these? Is this everybody? We're not waiting on these. The scope of civilizations, plural. And one of those civilizations was in the area of the Igbo territories. And an Igbo gentleman called Richard Anozia was digging a water cistern in his backyard in 1938. And what he discovered through digging that water cistern was a lost civilization of the Igbos. And these pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I'm noticing people's reaction. You're thinking, what? So what? Do you realize those pieces are leaded bronze? Are we feeling that? Leaded bronze is 4 metals worked together. Yes? Copper plus tin plus lead plus silver. And we're understanding that those pieces are 9th century. That means 800 and something AD. Made out of 4 metals. Are we feeling this? So the question then is, how were they made? They were made using a technique called lost wax. And lost wax is a technique where the manufacturing goes through 6, put a second layer on top of the clay, beeswax. And you're going to keep the beeswax 3 millimeters thick. Third stage, take a second layer of clay and put it around the outside of the structure. Fourth stage, put it into a kiln and fire it, knowing that the melting point of beeswax is lower than the melting point of clay. The beeswax runs out, leaving a 3 millimeter gap. Yes? Fifth stage, take your copper, your tin, your lead, and your silver, melt them and mix them and get them to flow through the mold so they start to take on these shapes. Does that make sense? And then the 6th stage is wait for everything to cool and harden. Now, I did a presentation at the University of Derby, and one of the engineering students got animated at this point because this is the same technique that is used to make car parts today. This is 9th century Igbo. Now let's look at number 3. Can you see that it's perfectly hemispherical? We've got the repeated patterns, and these are 4 metals worked together. Look at number 4, where you've got, looks like one tube has been melted into this work of abstract art. So this is how the Igbos were going on 9th century. The next civilization in the Nigeria region is the Yoruba civilization. Now, Yoruba myth says that a man landed from heaven called Oduduwa and landed in a city called Ile-Ife, which is in Yoruba land. And there he handed out 16 crowns. And this art tradition are portraits of the kings. The kings are known as Onis, right? And right now there is still an Oni of Ife, and he came to visit Britain about 3 years ago. I don't know if you guys know about that. Big event, big things, he came to visit the black community. Anyway, this is his ancestor. Now, take a look at it. Now, if a face like that was in any other part of Africa other than West Africa, what would they be saying? Let's say it's white. And had that been in ancient Egypt, they would say the ancient Egyptians were white. But because it's in West Africa, it's in Yoruba land, they have to say he's a true Negro. Do you see? Now, if you look around at all of us, look at our faces, you'll see that some of us have got broad, flat faces, some of us have got kind of narrow, long faces, and we're all Negroes. You see?
I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. I hate to say my feelings for you still exist.
as you got to get to understand what they were doing in the past with Robin Walker, you know, covering that history. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house. And, you know, at the moment on Black Eyes TV, we have what we call the Garifuna, the information and history about the Garifunas on Black Eyes TV. And the first part, but the second part will be at 7 p.m. tonight. So that'll be 7 p.m. GMT time. But at this moment, we are just going into understanding what is it that it takes for us to able to unify. Do we have ego or do we have fear that blocks us from unifying? Do we see the system segregating and dispersing us and destroying the black family? So what is it? What does it take for us to come together as one people? You know, so as I'm playing the bits of history and understanding where we're from, and even when we go into the forms of the 60s and the Windrush times, and seeing what the families were doing at that time, and you know, there's many people that were doing the work within them times, and it's kind of something that we should always highlight. You know, when you're talking about the Mango 9 and you're talking about the talking about Claudia Jones and whatsoever. So I'm going to show you some work that one of our brothers is doing on the Black History Walks before I go in a bit more deeper and let him give you some forms of demonstration of kind of stuff that he was doing in his time. So let me go into that. And, you know, please tell me how you feel and what it's about. One second, family. Okay. Let me just get this queued up for you and to see what's happening. So we're going to have our brother Tony Warner, who's another guy that does the work in the community, who was on the Black History Weekender. And he gives you a good deal of information. So please check him out. Subscribe to him. He met on all different platforms, Black History Walks. So I'm going to give you a bit of that.
And you've got the cultures that Jay Sainsbury's consider African in black.
I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. I hate to say my feelings for you still exist.
Ah, man, we've got top ones in the house. We've got Michael and we've got Tony Walker in the house.
No. Tony, oh my God, look at this. Look at this. You got the Giants here today. You've got Robin Walker, Tony Warner, and me.
Yeah, boy. The club. We're coming with the teachers. The
Guys,
UK.
can I just see if I can experiment with my double screen? See if I can get my second screen to work. Is Tony talking?
Tony, can we hear you?
Can you hear me? Testing.
Oh
testing.
man, hey, I know that voice. I know that voice.
Morning, Tony. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. Very good.
Good. Much appreciated for supporting the cause. As always, before we begin, let me just remind the people, Dr. Layla Africa, Rites of Passage. youth exchange program. It's not a one-time trip. This will be a continuous thing that we're pushing, and that we want our young people to be going through. It'll be for 15 to 21-year-olds traveling to different parts of Africa, as well as exchanging across the diaspora. So that is what we're all here for. That is what we're giving out this information for to support.
And we're planning a youth and a land rites of passage next year, where we're asking for all adults to show in the youth how to go through this rites of passage, as well as the youth coming with us at the same time. And this is going to be planned in Congo. So if you lot are ready to register and ready to put your hands down, think you can do the rites of passage, you're much welcome to come along.
Yeah, most definitely, people. Sorry. Was you going to say something?
So, is Michael going to go first, or is our brother Tony going to go first? Which one is it going to be?
Oh, I got that.
I'm the queen.
Wait, did Tony volunteer? Tone?
Yeah,
what was you saying? All right, that's fine.
All right, can I share my screen?
Yeah, just hit the share screen button and we'll bring that up.
I've lost everybody.
People, listen, hit that like button, people in the chat. Please hit that like button. There's too many of you people watching that have not hit that like button. Show appreciation for this information and for the brother's time. When you're ready, brother, just hit that share button, share screen button. And as well, people, if you're a first timer to Black Eyes TV, go ahead and subscribe. This is going to be way more content. And everybody who you've seen during the day, today and yesterday, have done previous videos. Some are first timers, but a lot of them have content already. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button as well. You understand why you're over here.
All right, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Yeah, okay.
What can you see? Please tell me.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. Coming soon here, African history.
All right, and let me just check that you can hear the audio too. So.
Silent right now to me.
Silent.
It's very low. If it's playing, it's low. I can't hear it.
All right. So let me see if I can make it a bit louder. Hold on a second.
I didn't internal speak.
No, I'm using it via share screen. If that makes sense.
Yeah, try it now.
Okay.
That's better. Yeah.
So you can hear the words.
Is it playing?
Yeah. But it's low, but I can hear it. No, it's gone again.
Right. So can you, marks out of 10, how good can you hear the sound?
It's not really here. I can't really hear it.
All right, fine. Well, I'll have to skip all the videos then. You can't hear the sound. All right.
Well, hold up. Listen, sometimes there's a difference. When there's music playing in the background, that can distort it as opposed to if somebody's just talking. So I don't know what your clips are involving, but if it's just a straight talking clip, we'll try it anyway and see how everybody hears it. But when it's usually music playing in the background, it can distort.
Okay. Well, let's just crack on then. So I shall begin now. All right. So this is a special one-off unique presentation for Terry Mr. Riggs and the Black History Weekender. My name is Tony Warner from a group called Black History Walks. We organize walks, talks, and films on the African history of London every single month of the year for the last 13 years. So it's 13 years of the walking, actually it's 14 years now, of the walking tours. And basically the walking tours take place in 12 different parts of London, north, east, south, and west. And we take people on roughly a 2-hour kind of journey around the local area. It could be Trafalgar Square, Notting Hill, Elephant Castle, Mayfair, Hackney, etc. And we show them all the Black history, which is right there in the streets, in the architecture, in the buildings. It's there, and we expose the history to people. And as I said before, we got walks in 12 different areas, Soho, Docklands, etc. And we just basically show people or give people back the history that's been there in the first place. And we've been going for, like, as I said, 13 years, well, 14 years now. And individuals come, groups come. Sometimes even corporations come on their staff day out, and we kind of give them this kind of Black history, which is literally all over the capital city. There's a big posh magazine called Condé Nast Traveller, and they've put us in the top or the best 15 walks in London. That was like a year and a half ago. And also the Guardian back in 2011 put us in the top 10 walks. We've been featured on CNN, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, German TV, and we're currently working on 2 documentaries now for broadcast in October. Apart from doing the walking tours, we have a river cruise. River cruise goes from Embankment area, not far from where that big London Wheel is, all the way down to Greenwich and back. So it's a 3-hour tour. And what we do on the river cruise is we go, along the River Thames, and we expose and explore and explain all the Black history that's on the riverside, because there's Black history on each side of the River Thames, and there's Black history within the river itself, and there's Black history, in the sky above the River Thames. It's just everywhere, right? And in addition to actually having this guided tour via boat on the river, 3 hours long, we have historical characters of African Caribbean descent connection who are actually portrayed on the boat by various actors and actresses. So, for example, if you come on a river cruise in the future, you will get to meet Nanny of the Bruins. She'll be on the boat with her swords and her weapons, and she'll speak about who she is, where she came from. If you come on a river cruise in the future, we'll have General Alexandre Dumas, who is the highest ranking Black general in Napoleon's army. And actually, he was a rival to Napoleon. Napoleon didn't like him because he's a big, strong, tough, good-looking Black guy. But that guy has an amazing story. And if you come on the boat, you get to meet him and hear his adventures. You'll also get to meet and hear from Queen Amarnirenas, who was an African warrior queen who mashed up the Romans in what we call Sudan now, more than 2,000 years ago. So that's the sort of thing we do on the river cruise. But apart from doing the river cruise, we also have a bus tour. So we have a 3-hour bus tour, which kind of drives around north, east, south. We go from sort of Brixton to Clapham to Westbourne, part of the Tower Hill. And again, we show the Black history from a double-decker bus. Actually, it's not a bus, it's a luxury coach. But the cruises and the bus tours are suspended at the moment due to the whole virus situation. But they'll be coming back shortly, so just check out our website. So it's walks, bus tours, river cruises, and then we have talks. And today you're gonna get a little sample of some of our talks. So we have, well, I can say 13 years worth of talks covering a variety of different subjects. And this is a typical audience for one of our events. This is how Jamaicans ended slavery, and it does what it says in the tin. And you can see there's about 400 people up in that place. That was at University of Westminster, not far from Oxford Street, and it was a 400-seat lecture theatre, and it was packed out. And we went through how Jamaicans mashed up the slave master and that led to the actual English abolishing slavery. But that's just one of many topics we do, because we also have another topic looking at Black people in World War II. As we know, Black people were involved in World War I and World War II. And this is another packed house at the Imperial War Museum. So this was actually delivered in the War Museum itself, in the heart of the organization. And we just told the truth about the Black contribution, because it was an enormous contribution from Africa and the Caribbean, without which Britain could not have won the war, which is why it's titled like that. So in this presentation, we go through, it's actually 3 hours long. We go through individuals, we go through resources, we go through countries which helped Britain to win the war, but then Britain forgets to mention them when they're talking about World War II. So, for example, just yesterday, they were going on about how it was Victory over Japan Day, but they forgot to mention that there's a whole bunch of like West Africans and East Africans from Africa who were out there fighting against the Japanese. There was regiments of African people, African men mostly, who are out there fighting the Japanese in Burma and Malaysia. We've got the documents, photographs, records, there's a couple of books about it. But when it comes to this VJ Day or VE Day or any kind of World War II remembrance, they almost always forget to leave out this kind of back contribution. So we make a point to actually address that lack of coverage. So today we're going to look at a little bit of London history right here in the UK. And if you look at the list of laws there, each law had to be fought for, argued for, lobbied for by people in this country. So we tend to hear a lot about American civil rights, but right here, there was a massive struggle to get equality for Black people here. And if you look at the first law comes in 65. So before 1965, there are no laws to protect people from race discrimination. It doesn't exist at all. So you can be as racist as you want and it's legal. And you can also see that there's 65, 68, 76, and then 2000. So there's at least 4 laws specifically about race discrimination. Each of those laws had to be fought for, and we'll look at some of the people who fought for these laws, which we right now are benefiting from. Now, if this was, because normally we do things face-to-face in person, and our stuff is always interactive. So if this is a face-to-face thing, I'd be saying, all right, people in the room, where is this street? I'd ask people that question, and you can have a go yourself. You can't see what you're saying, but I can imagine you might be saying, this is obviously Tottenham Court Road, because it actually says that in the top left-hand corner. So sometimes you just test people to see what they can see. So this is Tottenham Court Road, and you can see on the right-hand side there's a street there. Now that street is called Great Russell Street, and that street is vital or very important to Black British history and to Black British civil rights. I'll show you why in a moment. So if you turn into that street from Tottenham Court Road Tube Station, well, here's a map actually. So there's a tube station on the left-hand side bottom corner. You got Great Russell Street there, and actually the British Museum is on the same street. You can see it right there. So British Museum, of course, is literally full of African history. We call it the Museum of Stolen Goods because stuff in there is mostly stolen. But before you even get to British Museum, there's a whole bunch of Black history, because one of these men had his meetings in Great Russell Street in the 1930s. So on the left-hand side, everyone knows who this guy is. His name is Dr. Martin 55, the Montgomery bus boycott. So left-hand side, Luther King, right? Doctor, preacher, civil rights leader in America, who came to prominence in 1955. On the right-hand side, you have Dr. Harold Moody, who was a Jamaican doctor who studied at King's College in the early 1900s and came top of his class. He experienced discrimination while studying, found it really hard to get a place to stay. And then once he qualified top of his class, he found it hard to get a job. So he's a qualified Black doctor in 1920s, 1930s UK. Couldn't get a job in the mainstream organization, so actually sets up his own practice in Peckham. He becomes the first Black doctor in Peckham. And apart from being a very successful, very brave doctor, because what he would do, he'd actually kind of go onto bomb sites, because he was active during World War II. He would actually go onto bomb sites just after bombs had dropped in World War II and rescue people and treat people who'd been injured by the bombs. So he's quite a brave man and quite a popular man, because he was also given free medical assistance. This is before the NHS, by the way. So this guy was very popular. But because of his experience of discrimination as a Black man living in 1920s, 1930s England, he said, what can I do to help my people? So he says, I'm going to set up a group called the League of Colored People, which will fight for equality for Black people in this country. So he sets up a civil rights group called the League of Colored People, which is fighting for equality when it comes to discrimination in housing, education, employment, and the military. Because at this time, 1930s, there's a color bar in the armed forces. If you're Black, you can't become an officer. And Harold Moody says that's ridiculous. You can't have that. So he actually lobbies to have black people become officers in the armed forces, and it's successful. He also lobbies to have black nurses be given jobs, to be given accommodation. He sticks up for civil rights in America. So this man here, Harold Moody, is a civil rights leader right here in the UK. And guess what? He's a doctor. He leads a civil rights group here, and he's also a preacher. He had a church. This man had a church down there in Camberwell. So left-hand side is an African American who had a civil rights group in America in the 1950s. Luther King is taught in schools here. If your kid goes to school in this country, either primary school, secondary school, they'll be taught about Luther King in America. Harold Moody was doing exactly the same thing here in the 1930s. Doctor, preacher, civil rights leader, fought for equality in housing, education, etc. He is not on the curriculum, and most people have never heard about this guy. So how do you explain that situation? We have an American who was doing civil rights activism in America in the 50s, and he's actually on the curriculum in this country. But this brother, this Jamaican brother, or Jamaican British brother, who was doing the same thing here in London, in England, in the 1930s, he's not even mentioned in passing. So there is a plaque to Dr. Harold Moody down in Peckham, in 164 Queens Road, Peckham. So if you're Peckham, you can look for itself. That's where he used to have his practice. And actually, he would host lots of famous African Americans and famous Africans too, like people like Jomo Kenyatta. But that's another story. Let me just get on with the point here. So there's a plaque for him there. But the venue that he would have his meetings at was the YMCA, which is located in Great Russell Street. So if you walk down this street and take a left, you get to Dockport Road Tube Station. In fact, look, on the left-hand side, what flag is that? It's the Barbados High Commission. So that's the Barbados High Commission right there, opposite the YMCA. And in the 1930s, that's where Harold Moody was having his meetings for equality for black people. And that included people like Jomo Kenyatta and Paul Robeson and C.L.R. James and all these kind of giants of, the African kind of struggle for equality. And they would meet in the YMCA, because at this time, the YMCA was still a youth hostel then, and it was a popular place for young black people to stay because it was less racist than the other places, yeah? So it was less racist than the other places. So if you went to YMCA, you could at least get a cheap bed and some food and a place to stay. So it was a natural meeting point for Harold Moody and other activists. Now, there was no plaque there to tell you this story. You'd have no clue there's any black history if you walk down the street, unless you came on our walk, of course, because we have a walk which goes faster and we tell you, well, this is the history here. So what we did is we teamed up with a guy called Nubian Jack. And between Black History Walks and Nubian Jack plaques, we raised funds and erected a plaque in honor of Dr. Harold Moody, so that if you walk down that street now, you can't miss a big blue plaque just over the entrance that says Harold Moody, Jamaican British doctor, set up a group called League for the Colour Peoples back in 1931. So that's what we call Do for Self, Garvey Initiative. Because we didn't wait for English heritage, we didn't wait for anyone else. We just thought, let's just do it ourselves. And we did it within a year. Between the decision to actually put the plaque up and actually putting it up was within a year. And what we did was we used the river cruises and the bus tours to raise the funds for the plaque, and the plaque is there now, and it'll be there for another, well, hopefully 50 or odd years, if not longer. And when we did the launch, we had, a couple of mayors came down, we had some World War II veterans come down, we had S. Anderson come down, we had some celebrities come down, and that is an example of Garvey's in action. It's an example of Do for Self, and it's a way of repairing the damage caused by a racist history curriculum. And this is the one that's in Peckham, and it's a book. Actually, there's a few books in here, but once you know the name, you can actually research for yourself. Now, let's again make it interactive. So I don't know how many people are on this Zoom call or chat or whatever it is you want to call it, but I wonder how many people can answer this question. Who can tell us rather, what was the name of the black classical musician who lived in Peckham and went to Cambridge? You could answer that question. So the next bit is a video. So I'm hoping it's going to work. If not, if it doesn't work, I'll just tell you verbally. But let's see if we can make this video work. Let's find out the answer to this question. Who could this black classical musician be that lived in Peckham and went to Cambridge? So there's a video. Let's see if it works.
You know what?
Parents of your people aristocrats.
Was it not working?
It's not clear. Tony, come out, right? Come out and then come back in. In the when you're selecting it from the thing, press audio on your left. There's an audio button where it says you click on it.
All
So
right.
come back now.
Yeah.
Can you see audio when you're choosing application?
I can actually see audio. I can see share screen, leave studio, mute.
Okay, so press share screen.
Press share screen, yeah.
And then on the bottom, you see an audio click. It says to click on audio.
Oh, it says follow these steps to share video with audio. So let me do that now.
Yeah.
Screen share. Chrome tab. I've got to do something with Chrome. Okay.
You done it?
I'm still trying to follow the instructions. Do this extra tab we're talking about.
He said someone said it doesn't do it for PowerPoint, as far as I am aware.
Well, it's not a big deal. I can do it verbally. No big deal. I can just do it verbally. People
All right, just do it.
So I will just go back to the thing. Let me. Oh, hang on. I've got to find it now. Right. Can you see the screen now again?
Oh, it hasn't come up yet.
Is it there now?
I can't see it.
What can you see?
I'm waiting for you to share the screen.
I am sharing my screen. You can't see anything?
Did you press the screen in the middle of the StreamYard?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do it again. Share screen. Share screen. Oh, I see. Click on that again. Oh, hang on. That's the video. Yeah, I think I've done it now.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me bring it up.
All right. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
All right. Let me try the audio now, because I think I pressed the right button this time.
I'm not sure too many musicians say that Beethoven composed
There we go.
but George Augustus Polgreen Bridge Tower can say just that. He was born in Poland to a German mother and West Indian father. Both his parents served European aristocrats, which meant that George grew up in a castle complete with a puppet theatre and opera house. Like Mozart, he was a child prodigy and toured with his violin to places such as Bath, Bristol, and London. One French journal said, "His talent is one of the best replies one can give to philosophers who wish to deprive people of his nation and his colour of the opportunity to distinguish themselves in the arts." George came to Trinity Hall in 1811 at the age of 30 to complete a bachelor's degree in music. To earn this, he had to do an exercise which involved writing a musical composition to poetry and performing it with a full orchestra at Great St. Mary's Church. Fluent in English, German, French, Italian, and Polish, he mixed with royalty and musicians across Europe. He was a great friend of Beethoven, who called him a virtuoso and composed for him a sonata for pianoforte and violin in A. George even made some alterations to the violin part, which Beethoven responded to by saying, "Noch einmal, mein lieber Bursch." Unfortunately, George and Beethoven fell out after George insulted a female friend of Beethoven's. Beethoven was so incensed that he actually scratched out the dedication to George and gave it to another violinist called Kreutzer, who didn't even attempt to play the piece, saying that it was too hard. Since his death at the age of 81 in Peckham in South London, there have been many more dedications to George that haven't been scratched out. Dedications that appear in films, plays, and even in a jazz opera. As I reflect on the life of George Bridgetower, I am so amazed at how excellent this man was. I think it's interesting that throughout history, many Black people have been omitted, scratched out, or censored. But today we are curating and we're remembering someone who was an excellent violinist, an excellent person in the field of classical music. And it's just a representation of how Black excellence continues to thrive today.
There you go. So look, the information is out there. It's just making people fully aware of it. So that was George Pauline Bridgetower. Again, you have his name. You can Google him. It'll come up. And there's a whole bunch of Black classical musicians from the 1800s who were doing the thing. They were doing amazing work. They were actually, skilled sort writers. They were kind of famous. They're directing operas. It's just the fact is that they've been kind of left out and suppressed from history. So our job is to actually give the history back. And as you heard, they lived in Peckham. So we don't exactly what the address was, but guess what? When we find out the street and the address, we'll put a plaque to him too. All right. Now, I mentioned films in our kind of repertoire of events that we do. So we do walks, talks, films, put plaques, and we've been showing films at the BFI for 14 years. Now, outside the BFI, we've been showing films for like 20 years. But we're doing stuff with the BFI, and that program is called the African Odysseys Program. And basically, we show an African diasporic film once a month, each month, all year long for the last 14 years now. Normally on a Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And in addition to showing the film, we always make sure to have a Q&A with the director, producer, or the actor, etc., to give more value and education to the actual event. And this is something that is unusual because, first of all, it's hard to, some of these films here have never been shown by any kind of mainstream cinema. So some of these films, in fact, you can ask yourself, how many of these films in this one slide have you seen? Because we've shown thousands of films by now. And what we know is that the films we show are never ever shown by mainstream cinemas. It could be Odeon, Cineworld. They don't show these kind of films for reasons you can work up for yourself. So we make a habit of showing these films. And when we show them, we put on a Q&A to give people the best experience, because you might come and watch a film like Lumumba and think, right, is that really true? And the fact is, it is true, but until you see it and discuss it and debate it and do your research, it may not kind of make sense or penetrate. So for each of these films we show, we have a Q&A to make sure people really fully appreciate this history and indeed why this history is suppressed back in the 60s, but also now. So for example, if you look at the Shirley Chisholm film, that says 1972, and that's because Shirley Chisholm, a woman of Barbadian and Guyanese heritage, who was an African-American, ran for president of America in 1972, which many Americans don't even know. So there's a whole film on her, and the film is about 15 years old. We showed that film ages ago. Next to her, you got Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba, first black leader of the Congo, assassinated by the Belgians, although they said never did at the time. Fantastic, amazing, award-winning film. That didn't get released here neither. Great Debaters was based on a true story, starring Denzel Washington and Forest Whitaker, who were both big stars. It came out in America, it made some money in America, but guess what? It was never released in cinemas here. It was never in the Odeon or Cineworld or wherever it is. It just wasn't there. For some reason, even though it's like a big movie with big stars in it on a true story of Black excellence, Black academic excellence. So we showed it at the, actually it was at the Trislov Theatre we showed it, and people came out. But for all the films you're going to see here that we show, you tend to find they've been ignored, suppressed, covered up, messed up by the mainstream. So you can work up yourselves, but it hasn't. But we make a habit of showing these films plus a Q&A. So if you hear the term African Odysseys, that's one of our films, and we tend to show them at the BFI South Bank, which is next to Waterloo. So if you hear about it in the future, come down. Now, at the moment, of course, everything's suspended because of the whole virus thing. But cinemas open some cinemas open at the end of August, so we'll see how things go from then on. And because the physical events have been suspended, we're doing we're doing a whole bunch of online events. So a lot of our talks are now online, and some of our films are going to be online, including this one. This is a brand new film. It's going to be released 20th of August here, we have a premiere. We're going to have a panel discussion with some of the stars, the people in the documentary. And you can see the names there. You got Dr. Leonard Jeffries, legend. Dr. Wade Nobles, legend. Boyce Watkins, kind of new guy in the block, so to speak. Professor James Small, legend. Say that again?
I said we've got him later on today.
Is it? Oh, well, there you go then, right? So this film is all about Black economic empowerment and Black economic history. So they're going back to the Nile Valley. So Happy is an old name for the Nile Valley civilization, and they're looking at how did the Nile Valley civilization become so powerful, so wealthy, so accomplished from an economic perspective. Then they're looking at modern day Black economic empowerment. How can we make money to fund our activities and to make us safe from oppression? So it's a new film. We're premiering the 20th of August. You can get your tickets online now. You can go to our website, which is blackhistorywalks.co.uk. So it's blackhistorywalks.co.uk and get a ticket for that. And that's what we're going to do. In fact, this is going to work now. Let me show you the trailer. Let me show you the trailer.
Y'all don't be fooling around out there with truth. Nothing secret.
There is a connection between every institution grown out of this country and white supremacy, the nation as a whole, including its laws and its institutions.
What you have is a tension between nationalism and globalism.
They had to create something in the mind of the poor whites that distinguished them and separated them from the blacks. And that's where you develop what I call, and James Baldwin called, the religion of whiteness.
The police that answer to the politics of that community are going to be driven by the economics of that community because economics and politics overlap.
You know why I wanted to be a politician in a time when we disenfranchised? Because of power.
African Americans spent $1.3 trillion last year, making us the 16th wealthiest nation in the world. Why have we not turned those riches into wealth to develop our community?
Tamir Rice, Sean Bell, Sandra Bland, Eric Garner, and Michael Brown, just to name a few.
Some may incorrectly classify their death as police brutality. However, it is in fact murder and a form of terrorism that is ironically very similar to what took place during chattel enslavement. What steps can be taken to make it stop?
Make the devil happy.
All right, so that is on the 20th of August, 7:30. You can get tickets online now from blackhistorywalks.co.uk. It should be a very interesting event. And other than that, hold on a second. Yeah, back to these laws again, because we know a lot about what happened in America. Let's talk about what happened in the UK. So let's see who can get this question correct. So if you read information there, who can guess or who knows who this sister is? Because this sister is a legend, or I should say it was a legend, because she's just passed on this year, right? But this woman did so much for the community here. She fought against white supremacy in this country. She did amazing work. I can't do it justice in the 2 minutes I got here, but just to make a long story short, this woman is Dame Jocelyn Barrett. And I'm going to give you one example of the sort of struggles that she took on and actually overcame in London, in Oxford Street in the 1960s and 70s. So check this out. You can see her speaking for herself here now.
We were quite happy to employ coloured people, providing they weren't visible. In other words, if they worked in the kitchens, that was all right. But employers felt that shoppers wouldn't like to see coloured hands handling food over the counter.
Let me just rewind that, right? So there was a colour bar in Oxford Street. The employees, white employees, did not want to have black people working in the shops there because it was seen as somehow a bad thing, right? This is England. This is not Alabama, not Kentucky, not Tennessee. This is right in the UK. But see if you can find this history referred to in our curriculum, which is taught here about our history in the UK. You hear a lot about what happened in America. This is taking place in London, and Dame Justin Barr took it on.
We were quite happy to employ coloured people, providing they weren't visible. In other words, if they worked in the kitchens, that was all right. But employers felt that shoppers wouldn't like to see coloured hands handling food over the counter. They thought that ladies wouldn't be happy to buy their underwear from coloured girls.
To get black people in shops, we actually had to get the cooperation of one of the key persons in the Oxford and Regent Street Traders Association. And this person said to me, if you can find me, and I want you to listen carefully, for pretty black girls, pretty in quotation marks, I will employ them. And then my colleagues will follow.
All right, so Dame Justin Barrow mashed up, brought down the colour bar on Oxford Street. Also in Brixton, she did the same thing, because there was a Marks and Spencer in Brixton which would not employ black people until she went in there and cussed them off and made them employ black people. So, like I say, she deserves a whole hour-and-a-half long documentary. But basically, she died this year, just a couple months ago. And what we're gonna do, I say we're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Is that there's no plaque in her honor, there's no statue in her honor, and because she's done such an amazing amount of work, we're gonna work on some sort of physical recognition as to what she did. What you're looking at here is the fact that she was in a group called Campaign Against Racial Discrimination. So this is, again, it was a civil rights group based here in London, which she was a prominent member of, and that group helped to push change in Oxford Street, in education, in schools, etc. So she did a massive amount of work. She needs to have a lot more recognition than she's got so far, and we're going to work to make that happen. Another guy needs a lot more recognition is a guy called Baron Baker. So I don't know how many people in this room chat group have heard about Baron Baker, but I guarantee you're going to respect him when you hear about what he was doing, because Baron Baker was a man who was living in the Notting Hill area in the 1950s at a time when gangs of white men would drive up in there specifically to attack and beat up black people. And Baron Baker said, hell no, this ain't going to happen. And Baron Baker set up a black self-defense group in Notting Hill to mash up these racist people, and he did so. You're going to hear from him himself in this little clip here.
He was deeply affected by what was happening.
Very fearful, very insecure. Nobody wanted us. Still less. Nobody liked us. What the hell were we doing here in this situation when we were given to believe that we were coming here, in fact, to a home away from home?
With the white mob out to menace them and the lack of protection from the police, the black community decided enough was enough. A meeting was convened in Toto Bag's Blues Club at number 9 Blenheim Crescent.
During the day, we made preparations for the attack. And I can quite clearly remember that I was standing on the second floor with the lights out in Blenheim Crescent, when I look out and see from Kensington Park Road to Portobello Road was a massive lot of people out there. And I distinctly hear when they say, let's burn the niggers, let's lynch the niggers. And from those spoken words, I said, start bomb them. And then we, you see the Molotov cocktail bombs coming out from the 99%. Then they say, oh, they are bombing us too. I said, open the gate and throw them back where they are coming from. And they will come from Latimore Road area and things. Then when the police saw the amount of people that was in number 9, they drove the Black Mariah and rammed the gates and said, "Not another one of you black bastards coming out." And I was arrested immediately. But from then on, the rest of my colleagues took over.
I saw a large crowd of coloured men, about 30, walking along Blenheim Crescent towards Ladbroke Grove. They were completely blocking the footway, and I heard shouts of, "What about it now?"
I had a motorbike, and I was riding down Westbourne Park Road, and a friend of mine came flying up towards me and leapt on the back of the bike and said, turn around, I'm being chased." And I thought it was someone who left my road of chasing him, and there was a load of blacks in a van chased me around. Black people going round, black young kids were going round in vans with those shuttered doors, and they were throwing the doors open and jumping out and attacking white people, young people, incidentally. So he was caught up in one of those scrapes, came flying up the road, jumped on the back of my bike, and we shot away. That was when I realised it was real.
The police also witnessed this new black aggression.
I approached a coloured man who appeared to be holding a carving knife. He said, "I'm only carrying this for protection. You want to get those white bastards."
The situation was so bad that we fell in for a penny, in for a pound. If we're going to be killed or we're going to be beaten up, well, let's bloody well have a go. Not me personally, but I remember seeing convoys of black men coming over from Brixton, night after night after night, not only to represent themselves, but to represent those of us who were too scared to go out. And if any black group took the brunt of the violence, Jamaicans from Brixton took it. They saved our skins from being mauled even more than we were.
All right, so that's just a bit about Baron Baker. Baron Baker was a bad man, as you could tell.
I know, this is the real first.
And the thing with Baron Baker is that, like I say, he set up this self-defense group and he went to work to protect the community from white racists. And again, I could talk about him for all by himself, but he was not by himself. He had people like him who were down with the serious business of fighting and would come in from other areas, as you just heard. The guys were coming from Brixton, but not just from Brixton. They came from Tower Hamlets, from Howard. They were coming from Shepherd's Bush to back up their brethren. And as you know, I should tell you, we have a walk in Notting Hill. So the Notting Hill Walk talks about Baron Baker in more detail. We show you where these things took place. And one of the powers of history is that when we've had young people, let's say teenagers, on this walk, and they've heard that man was leaving Brixton to come to Notting Hill to back up their brethren, they're like, rah, why then are we now fighting our own brethren from a different postcode? They said themselves, they just heard the history and it made them question their behavior. So this is one of the powers of history that, when you have these young people involved in this kind of walking tours, they begin to kind of question and think about how they got to be where they are and why they do certain things. But this is why we do what we do, to actually make sure people actually have access to the history and make them think about how they behave in the future. And speaking of accessing your history, we have a talk, this is an online talk, looking at the riots of 1919. So long story short, before the riots of 1950 at Notting Hill, there were riots across the UK in 1919. They took place in Liverpool, Newcastle, Cardiff, London, and this talk is all about these riots, why they took place, where they took place, and how the black community defended itself against racial attacks. So it's very interesting because people were not kind of disorganized. People were actually raising funds to pay the bail of black guys who've been imprisoned by the police. People were actually organizing armed. And when I say armed, I'm not talking about guns, I'm talking about guns were involved in this resistance. And that there's in Butetown, there was a lot of ex-soldiers, black soldiers, who actually began to defend themselves from these racist people with weapons. But if you're interested, that's the event to come to. It's an online event, 25th of August, 6 months to come in and check it out. Now, some of you are probably wondering, this guy, Tony from Blackish Shorts, I wonder what he looks like. You're probably thinking, I wonder what this guy looks like, because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So I just thought I'd show you what I look like. Yeah, this is me this morning in the backyard. Yeah, so every morning when I wake up, I go in the backyard. So you probably want to see it again. Oh, let me show you a little piece again. Look, watch. And now don't try that at home, yeah, because you have to be skilled. But that's what it looked like in the morning. So anyhow, the next thing that we got coming up is Hip Hop to Opera to via Negro Spirituals. This is presented by Dr. Kimberly Hawkins. She's a trained classical opera singer. She's going to explain, and she's also going to sing the connection between your regular hip hop from LL Cool J, right back to what we call Negro spirituals and African singing systems, which were imported from, of course, Africa to the Americas, and opera. So that is on the 13th September. £6 ticket. Come in, check it out. This is a well-educated professor from the USA who's an expert in this area, and she'll be singing as well as giving us examples of this documented history between the connection between hip hop and opera and Negro spirituals. Then we have this event which is on Tuesday. This is Professor Sairisi Olatunji. She's an expert in trauma and intergenerational trauma, and she's going to speak about intergenerational trauma in Louisiana, New Orleans, and Haiti, and the African diaspora. And well, she's a full professor. She teaches for a living. But for those of you who don't know what intergenerational trauma is, it's like this. Let's say as a 10-year-old kid, you got bit by a dog. The dog mashed up your leg. The dog bit you up, yeah? So it will be kind of obvious maybe that you'd be a bit scared of dogs after that, especially if you had no kind of coping mechanism, no kind of counseling to deal with that trauma. So you have a child now. Now you don't actually tell your child to be scared of dogs, but your child sees you being scared of dogs, and he picks up on that behavior. That's an example, a very simple, basic example of what you could call intergenerational trauma. And it can happen for one single event, or it can happen for multiple events, and it can go on for a very long time. So when you think about, so basically, if you come to this event, she'll explain in detail what this is all about and how it links into Black people's situation in different parts of the world, and how people can heal and recover from the trauma that's been inflicted in the past and even now. So moving back to, this is titled African Animations, Ancient Modern. What we're doing here is we're looking at how Hollywood cartoons, so not Hollywood movies and live action, we're talking about cartoons now. Hollywood cartoons have ripped off a lot of African myth. So a lot of African stories from Africa were transported from Africa to the Americas, to the Caribbean, and some of these stories have been ripped off and whitewashed and then sold back to us as Disney or Warner Brothers or Daffy Duck, whatever, and we'll explain that connection with evidence. We're not just saying it, we've got evidence, right? On top of that, we'll also be looking at African or Black-owned studios in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, and in the Caribbean, in Martinique and in Trinidad. We'll be giving examples of Black-owned studios that are making animated content that features Black superheroes, male and female, and some of the superheroes they're creating for themselves are based on Caribbean myths and African stories as well. So we're looking at the old way of Hollywood ripping off Black stories with their whitewash characters, but also we're looking at Black-owned studios who are making their own fantastic, beautiful animations using African myth, but also sometimes real African history to inspire their characters. And that's on 11th September. And then you go, oh, this is a good one. Well, they're all good ones actually, but this is really interesting because everyone knows about Marvel. Everyone knows that Stan Lee was the big brains behind Marvel. Well, Stan Lee himself was a committed, a communist? I didn't say that. I'll say that he was a committed campaigner for equality, and within some of his comic book heroes, he would tell the stories of the civil rights struggle in America. So basically, you see his stories are often a metaphor for the African American history in America. And it's not like I'm just saying that. I can give you quotations from him, which says that he's introducing politics into his comic book characters, and he's asking if it is okay to do so. We got him saying it. We got people who worked with him saying it, and that's part of the story. The other part of the story is that some of the stories that Stan Lee was telling were also based on African mythology, and we have the evidence. We got the documents, the receipts. So that's actually, this one here is a combined presentation between Black History Walks and a guy called Andrew Mohammed. So it's a double build. So that'll be interesting too. And then we have this one, which again we're kind of famous with our movie breakdowns, and that's again me and Andrew Mohammed. We're looking at the Planet Apes movies and how the Planet Apes movies were again metaphors for the civil rights struggle in America with evidence. So we got directors' comments, actors' comments, we got the original books, the original TV series, we got scenes in the movies which are actually either set in certain significant locations or replicate situations which took place in the civil rights struggle in America. And we have the evidence to prove it's actually a two-part thing. It's like 4.5 hours long together. But that's taking place 18th September, and the information is on our website, which is blackhistorywalks.co.uk. And don't forget, our book comes out in October. So we've written a book. The book is titled Black History Walks in London Volume 1. And basically, if we have 12 walks all together, I've put 2.5 of the walks into this one book. Yeah. So basically, some of the stuff I've been mentioning here in the last 45 minutes or so is going to be in the book, plus a whole bunch more, because the book is 90,000 words long. It's 90,000 words long, right? To do a PhD, it's only £70,000, 70,000 words, I should say. So it's going to be quite an interesting, packed out book. And that is it.
We're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, just give your info of how to reach you.
Yeah, it's at the bottom there. It's blackhistorywalks.co.uk, blackhistorywalks.co.uk, and also we're on Instagram, Twitter, etc.
Okay.
That was beautiful.
What legacy are you leaving behind?
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends, and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Yes, family. Hope you enjoyed that. That was Tony Warner in one of our archives, and he was giving us a breakdown on all these history walks and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, when this lockdown is over, the sceneries will be much more open. But look out in August, because we will be having the Black History Weekend, as we have 2 days of history. So be aware of that, and hope you have been on the Black Eyes TV or the Garifuna history, and it was part 1, so part 2 will be at 7 p.m. Let me quickly go through certain things. On Tuesday on Black Eyes TV, we will have True Talks once again. True Talks will have this. Do we know the difference between information and propaganda? You know, these pseudos out here, and you know, which is the right information, because there's so much information. It's to knowing which one is genuine. And I always go to asking people, what are the first primaries and where can we find the first primaries to able to build up to the facts, not the fake news. So we have to be very careful, but that's the discussion on Tuesday at 10 p.m. UK GMT time. So don't forget that. That's going to be going. So I'm going to play a little bit of music for you, family. Let me play one tune. But as I said before, the link is in the panel. So we have our discussions every day, 24/7. So if you feel that you can come on the panel and let's talk about the topic of the day, understanding why aren't we unifying? Why is it that we have to have ego in our place? Why do you feel that we're in fear of connecting together? Is it certain situations? Was it religion? Is it the color of our skin? Is it the country we're from? What is it that's stopping us to becoming one big family? What makes stopping us from doing what we need to do? Is it that fear or is it that ego? You know, so please follow the link in the comments. While I play the song, I will put the link in the comments. And if you want to jump on to promote or advertise your business, please do so. But yes, this is an open panel 24/7, 7 days a week. So you could come on, reason, talk, promote, advertise, whatever it is. This is a panel for the people, by the people. So let me get into it. Let me play a quick song for you before we go into more discussions and videos. So, family, enjoy this song and I'll be back.
You say G, dog, same old. I'm still out here trying to dodge them plain clothes. Damn weather still got me in that raincoat. I burn amnesia as my scapegoat. Look, man up in the gutter, this shit he still lives with. Still up by his mother's, and the chick he's got kids with. Cashing in a check, pair of banging crep. Sleeves all inked up, getting tatted on the neck. Free the man, them is all that we cry. Ferragamo belt round the waist of his Levi's. Trying to cop the rollie with the bezel all smothered. Got what? Got no shopping in the cupboard. ID parade, filing for your legal aid. Trying to use your nut, trying to beat and bust case. Lawyer caught it, then he spanked it like a bad child. Back up off the ropes, on the road, like you mad wild. Link pappy for the box and you're mad proud. Now you're riding dirty and the whip smelling mad foul. Wrongdoing, but you're trying to earn and do right. Kicked in your door and all you saw was blue lights. Knew I had to do it, knew that I ain't stupid. Knew I was awake with my eyes wide snoozing. I knew that I was in a place of drama when my barber went back to Ghana. Knew I had to do it, knew that I ain't foolish. Knew I was awake with my eyes wide snoozing. I knew that I was in this place of drama, so I have to get back to Ghana. Sing it for me. Don't you feel? Don't you feel? Don't you feel like you wanna get up and go? Don't you feel? Don't you feel like you wanna get up? Hey, yo, fam, you got the right idea. And word to the blood in my veins, I'ma die right here. The sun kissing on my skin from the AM to the PM. Breeze blowing through the palm trees, blowing in the BM. Happier I've never been, surrounded by melanin. Free like a bird out of the cage that I was sweating in. Looking back at how I used to live, it's all a madness. In the city, London, and surrounded by the badness. Under pressure every day, dealing with stress. Now I'm just out here in my chalet, wearing shorts and a vest. Beating a star in my car on my way to a crowd. My people up beneath me tell me put my faith in the law. I'm just chilling on the regular, staring at the coastline, zoning out and feeling like I'm living on a gold mine. Ghana's developing, there's hell of opportunities. I love this place from the ghetto to the gated communities. Fufu with a punchy in the day is what I'm beating. Kellerwelle from the lady on the corner in the evening. The gutter stinks, but we deal with it. Ghana pretty, but it's gritty. Listen, I'm just being real with it. The potholes and the traffic are a mad thing. The suffering that you see out on the roads is a sad thing. But everywhere's got negatives and positives. But trust me when I tell you, living in Ghana is what it is. Knew I had to do it, knew that I ain't stupid. Knew I was awake with my eyes wide snoozing. I knew that I was in a place of drama when my barber went back to Ghana. Knew I had to do it, knew that I ain't foolish. Knew I was awake with my eyes wide snoozing. I knew that I was in this place of drama, so I have to get back to Ghana. Sing it for me. Don't you feel, don't you feel, don't you feel like you wanna get up and go? Don't you feel, don't you feel like you wanna get up? I'm on the chessboard trying to make a move, car. Every other moon putting loot on the oyster. The tube train workers are viewed worthless. Quick to take your people, can't regulate the service. I ain't pennying these rappers. Man for cut the camera on these actors. I'm meant to own land, barefoot up in the sand, and actively using all my chakras. I paid a tenner for the box cut. Now I rock my nappy like it's locked up. Militant like Peter Tosh, cuz. And it's black socks, only time I'm washed up. Back up in the ends and I'm moving through the bits now. Word through the music, a youth that's got licked down. Maneuver through the garbage, pick a seed and plant it. I just want pick vegetation from the garden in Ghana.
Yes, family. How did you feel about that song there, going back to Ghana? Now, as I was saying again, once again, is why aren't we unifying? Why aren't we coming together? What is stopping us? Is it trauma? What is it that's not making us come together as a one people? What is your opinions? What do you think that we should do? What is the solution? You know, what can we put into the think tank of understanding? You know, so this is on this title, we want to know what is stopping us of coming together, because it's sort of a conversation that we all need to have. And, you know, once again, this is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house, Black Eyes TV, New Beginning, once again. And as we are trying to spread our wings in the fact of having different panels and different information, in the fact that we have the Black Eyes TV as an educational, Black Eyes TV 2 as entertainment, and then the Black Family First is a chat room for people to come in and come and have a conversation. Let's play some videos, let's have a discussion, let's reason, you know, and open up the box to creating that think tank. So that's what this platform is for our families to come together and to unify and to see where we can push our direction as a collection of wealth, you know, the whole community on a global tip. So as I'm trying to educate and trying to get as much information to giving to the people, you know, as Black Eyes TV has so much content over there, I'm giving you little snippets of what we have, and for you to go over there and, you know, to go and watch quite a few, as we're in lockdown. And, you know, the only shops that are open are food shops. So try to educate ourselves so that when we do come out, we are more educated than what we are at this precise moment. But as I always say, you know, please come on, let's have that discussion. I'm going to go into another documentary in the facts of some of the things. You know, I'm going to go on a specific person who I'm looking for right now for you, family. You know, when we was watching the what's it called, when they had that Small Axe documentary by the guy that did 12 years of slavery, he did the Mango 9. So I'm gonna play the Mango 9 with Darkest How, when he did his thing, and I put a whole heap of things together to giving you some good information on that aspect of the Mango 9. but you know, and what happened in the future and whatsoever, because there's a lot of information that needs to be discussed. And you know, England has its own history as well as having a world history, you know, like the States has its history and it has the world history, because we're all connected in all situations because we've come from that mother's land, you know. And it's something that, as I said, once again, we need to discuss. We need to have that conversation. We need to start building and working together, you know, and looking at what people did in the past, because there was many things that were happening in that past, you know, and we've kind of not shown quite a lot of stuff that we haven't done. So as I'm looking through, if you feel that you need to come on the panel, please do so, because we're all family out here. And, you know, it's looking at certain aspects of what we've done and what we're about. As I'm looking for some of the information and seeing where we can work from. Hope you enjoyed what Tony Warner was talking about, because, you know, he was talking about quite a lot of things. There's that film Happy. That's a good documentary to watch. If you can find it, try and watch that. That had some great scholars. It had some great scholars on there, you know, that you can go back and discuss and have that conversation. And there's quite a few other things that was on there that I could reason. So I'm gonna play this documentary for you, family, as it's Saturday today, and we're talking about how can we unify together, and is ego and fear blocking us from doing so, or is there many other things that is stopping us? Is it trauma? You know, is it certain situations why we can't work together? Is it religion? Is it, you know, is it because we're from different continents now that we can't work together? Let's find what our situations are. So I'm asking you, you know, come on, let's discuss, let's talk, let's have that conversation, family. So I'm going to play the Mango 9, which is a fantastic little documentary of information, you know, back in the days, in just after the Windrush, and, you know, and seeing what they were going through at their time. So I'm going to quickly play that for you, family. Hope you enjoy this, because this is some good info.
RSK, let it play, boy.
Who's the greatest?
You are now listening to a great conception.
Yeah, go.
What's good? It's your boy Eddie Caddy, African Fashion Week in London. We're in the UK celebrating everything from the motherland. So that's why it looks so fantastic. But right now, it's not about me. It's not about Black Eyes TV 7. We know love is the best medicine, and the local pharmacies. Wakanda forever.
We got Black Eyes TV 7 doing absolute bits for the UK culture, doing bits for the scene. More power to you, man, and more power to everyone following the movement. Respect.
Hey, yo, peace world. This is the Love King of R&B, Raheel Divine, also the humanitarian leader of the Love Life Foundation, and this is Black Ice TV.
Big respect. When I get home tonight, I'll be watching Black Ice TV 7, man. Big respect.
Yes. Big up to Black Eyes TV 7.
Black Eyes TV 7. Rise up, Black Eyes TV 7.
Every time. This is Stella B, and this is
Nat Nai, the lyrical alchemist, the power couple.
like, subscribe, hit.
And just follow the movement. Join the movement, be a part of it.
People, I go by the name of Lioness, and right now I want to big up Black Eyes TV 7, baby.
Black Eyes TV 7 of my family.
Thank you.
Minister here from EWF. We're here at Caribou Centre in Brixton, celebrating the 132nd birthday of Marcus Messiah Garvey. Very important that we celebrate people like Marcus Garvey. Never in history has there been a man that tried to unite the black world, black people in the Caribbean, black people in Africa, South America. We tried to unite us in all 7 continents on the earth. So we're honored to come here today to big up the man himself, my spiritual father, Marcus Garvey. And I'm honored to be on Black Eyes TV again. So yo, keep it Black Eyes. We're keeping the eyes, we're shining. That's the spirit.
That's what you see with my mind in the country, you know. Black Eyes TV is alright, they alright.
This is Tasha Makita, and you are watching Black Eyes TV 7. Bless the love.
Peace family, it's 1990s. Tap in with the hottest in the streets, aka Black Ice TV. Make sure y'all tap in with him anytime he drops some content, because you know it's real.
I like Black Ice TV.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, and people, you see it, we're going to see each other soon,
Yes,
and they're going to get more info, more information.
Yes.
Black Ice TV 7.
Black Ice TV 7. Yes.
Yo, this is your boy Ashley Wallace. I want to big up Black Ice TV 7.
Against all the wrongs for my leaders as gone. All my leaders as gone.
The people have to pay the price for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win.
Greetings, family. Hope you're enjoying the festive season, as this is Mr. Riggs, Terry Riggs, UK tour guide to the rest of the world. New beginning, Black Eyes TV 7, giving you that info. And today we're going to be talking about the Mango 9, the two greats, Frank and Darcus Howe, who came out of that Mango 9 and gave you the information, the power, the strength, showing you that you can oppose others when they try to oppose you. Just look at the info, look at the videos, research, check them out, and understand the information. As today is Kwanda, and it's all about unification, how we come together to become powerful. So, I hope you enjoy this information, and there'll be many more coming along. Peace, love, and light. Pure blessings to you, fam.
I'm sitting opposite a man. He knows nothing. He talks all the time. The result is he's a trenchant buffoon. He has no idea how to present television shows. He looks ridiculous in that fashion wear. He swans around all the time hoping that people will recognize him, when in fact nobody's even remotely interested. He's taking up enough time on this show already, and he hasn't even opened his mouth. Darkest How. Sorry, that's the introduction to Robert Elms. Sorry, do you know Robert Elms? I've just read out the introduction to Robert Elms.
Heroic and uncharacteristic restraint from Darcus Howe, a formidable civil rights campaigner and broadcaster. Back in the 70s, Howe was more than a match for the Met when he and others were charged over disturbances in West London following police raids on a restaurant. Officers told the Old Bailey they'd seen Howe orchestrating a crowd to throw stones at them.
Where did you see all of this? We were in an observation van. I said, bring the observation van. The lawyer said, Darcus, please, exhibits are towards sword. I said, I have nothing to lose. Bring the van. So they bring the van, and there were these slits at the back. There are 4 policemen seeing the same thing from the same slit. So I measured it quietly while the judge and they were wrong the side, and went home, cut out a piece of paper, foolscap, the size of the slit, recalled the witness, and said, tell me how 4 of you could see the same thing at the same time through that slit. He said, my eye was here, Reed's eye was here, Roger's eye was here, and the next eye was here. So it was your face. And that is what eventually broke the spirit of the prosecution.
Darcus absolutely, by defending himself, was the star of the show out of the 9 defendants. And with Shakespeare quotations and all sorts of things, he stood up in the dock and was extremely impressive.
Darcus was a fearless warrior in the struggle against racial injustice in this country. There are people talking about civil rights movement. There was no civil rights movement in this country. There were anti-racist struggles were being waged, and Darcus was at the heart of that. He was at the center of it.
No one got a free pass from Darcus Howe, who went on to be a high-profile and punchy broadcaster. Being an A-lister was no guarantee of an easy ride, as LaToya Jackson found out.
The other story I want to tell you is about a family of 9 children who had talent, but made it to the top because of terror and violence from parents driven by ambition.
But he met his match in comedian Joan Rivers on Radio 4.
Since black offends Joan, I will make
Black, wait, no, just stop right now. Black does not offend me. How dare you? How dare you say that?
Can we just say that you don't think Joan is a racist, and then perhaps we can move on?
Damn right. I will not continue.
I don't know whether she's a racist or not. I don't care.
You said the word black offense.
Normally,
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Normally, I wouldn't ever meet you in my life.
No, nor would I choose to meet you.
Howe was in demand as a commentator on issues of race and identity, whether discussing symbols of Britishness.
I love England. I like being here. I like living here, but I'm not a patriot. You could like the country. I love the countryside. I get along beautifully with English people. We are part of a space, but I am not patriot.
Or the background to riots in 2011.
Did you have a sense that this was going to happen?
Absolutely.
Why?
I have a grandson who is 15 and who cannot count the number of times he was stopped and searched.
I think Darcus, in a way, more than anybody else, acted as an intermediary. He still had the trust and confidence of the black community, but to some extent, at least, he had the trust and confidence of the police as well.
Utterly unbiddable, his own man, Darcus Howe wouldn't let anyone off the hook, no matter how celebrated.
We read the nation's headline, Tiger Woods, I am not black. Just as we were coming to grips with our new hero. Hang in there, brothers.
We've complained to the police about the police and nothing's been done. We've complained to magistrates about magistrates and nothing's been done. We've complained to judges about judges and nothing's been done. Now it's time to do something ourselves. That statement was made at the Mangrove demonstration, and represents the essence of Black people's experience in Britain. That since we've come here, we've suffered a long train of abuses by the police with the active knowledge and support of the British state. And those abuses have been able to be carried out under the pretext that, quote, Black people are criminals, ponces, and prostitutes. That is a myth that has been created about us. That is a statement that was made by one police officer who gave evidence in the Mangrove case. Now, the demonstration that Black people made against the harassment of the Mangrove restaurant, the subsequent resistance in the courts, is an active explosion of that myth.
Blood, 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 blood and fire. Blood, blood, blood and fire. Oh, mercy, Lord. There is no more water to out the fire. There is no more water to out the fire. Let it burn, let it burn.
The Black community, not only in Notting Hill, but all over this country, has a certain experience with the police. And that experience, in my terms, is one which could be easily described as brutal, harassing, and generally repressive. And that on the 9th of August 1970, the Action Committee in Defense of the Mangrove Restaurant, which is a West London restaurant in Notting Hill, called a demonstration because that restaurant had been consistently harassed by the police. There were 3 raids on the restaurant, ostensibly for drugs. Nothing was found. And so the community responded with a demonstration.
It has been for some time now that Black people have been caught up in complaining to police about police, complaining to magistrates about magistrates, complaining to judges about judges, complaining to politicians about politicians. We have become the own shapers of our destiny as from today. The precedents have been set. Young kids have committed the greatest revolutionary action that has been known in this country for some time. They walked into a police station and took it over, but the objective must be clear. The objective was to free their brothers. What our objective is today, what is going to continue to be, is a concerted, determined attempt to prevent any infringement on our rights.
What they seek to do is not to close down a restaurant, but to close down what they see is an area where Black people can collectively put up some kind of resistance to day-to-day harassment by the police. And I believe the Mangrove is not just negative in serving as a place where people can put up that kind of resistance, but I believe it serves a positive purpose in that people come there and sit and talk and exchange views in the community, which this community has lacked for a long time.
Black people. Black people.
The object of the demonstration was to visit every single police station in the area. We went to Notting Dale police station. When we got there, there were more policemen surrounding the police station. We went to Notting Hill police station, by which time it had accumulated in the minds of the policemen who were on that demonstration that we had taken that issue too far. They believed, what are these cheeky West Indian niggers doing on the street, challenging our authority with such confidence? They sought to break the demonstration up on Portnell Road. You had Commander Gerard, you had Commander Maggs on the spot, you had numbers of inspectors, numbers of chief superintendents, and a whole host of constables lined in military formation. That is what we were presented with. "25 years of frustration exploded In that explosion was Jonathan Jackson, what was taking place in Trinidad, the burning of the buses in Jamaica, the struggle of black people all over the world exploded on Portland Road.
I believe that why that attack was launched and why subsequent to that attack by the police being launched, this thing was blown out of all proportion, was that the government had certain things in mind for black people in relation to the population as a whole. They wanted to justify the immigration bill. They wanted to justify saying that black people had to register with the police, that black people had to ask permission to have certain jobs and to move from place to place. They wanted to justify these kinds of measures. Where have you heard anywhere of a demonstration in a community of about 150 people hitting the Manchester Guardian, the Yorkshire Post? That thing is projected to the population for a particular reason.
In fact, there was evidence in the trial that the CID, Special Branch, and police photographers were on the march right from the beginning. Photographs taken before and during the demonstration were used by the police for making arrests 9 weeks later. Rothwell Kentish, riot, affray, offensive weapon. Roden Gordon, riot, affray. Radford Darkus Howe, riot, affray. Godfrey Millett, riot, affray. Frank Critchlow, riot, affray, offensive weapon. Barbara Beese, riot, affray, actual bodily harm of policeman, offensive weapon. Anthony Carlisle Innes, riot, affray, grievous bodily harm of policeman, actual bodily harm of policeman, offensive weapon. Glasgow Boyce, riot, affray, grievous bodily harm of policeman, actual bodily harm of policeman, offensive weapon. Althea Jones LeQuant, riot, affray, 3 separate charges of actual bodily harm of policeman, offensive weapon. The Mangrove 9, 2 women, 7 men, 31 charges.
There had been demonstrations in Britain before that provoked much more fierce fighting than that one. There were demonstrations in Britain before in which police horses were killed and policemen were maimed. Those charges never followed those demonstrations.
Some of us were arrested about the 14th of October, which is about 9 or 10 weeks after the demonstration, and taken to Marylebone Court, charged with riot and affray. And the magistrate there threw out the charge of riot after the DPP had made very strong case to support the case of riot. Anyway, that was thrown out. We then went to the Old Bailey.
They lined us up in the dock, prisoner style, and the charge of riot was reintroduced.
The charge of riot was reintroduced by the Director of Public Prosecutions. Such a reversal of a magistrate's decision in a high court can be done by the prosecution without rhyme or reason.
Judgment has come and mercy has gone. All we caught shall leak out and sit up. Judgment has come and mercy has gone.
The Mangrove 9 trial was to be one of the longest in British legal history. It lasted 10 weeks, during which the black community showed its constant solidarity. The 9 defendants took an unprecedented step. 7 were represented by legal counsel, and it was decided among them that 2 would defend themselves. This gave the 9 vital freedom of political maneuver in the court. With their hard-earned experience of the 10 weeks of the trial, the Mangrove 9 analyzed the meaning of the ordeal they had just passed through.
See, in this particular case, the judge came with his orders from his masters, which is this case is about a real situation involving people who are prepared to come to say what that situation is. His responsibility is to camouflage the whole situation because his masters know what the situation is. The black population, on the other hand, no one wants to represent, and he is supposed now to take charge of this situation so that all these things wouldn't get through. And every single lawyer, but 2 of them, know what they have to do in order to assist him to do that. They want to defend you, yes, but in defending you, they will also have to assist the judge. Is an agreement that they have.
They want to defend you as an individual,
Yeah.
which
is assisting the judge to camouflage the entire situation of police brutality in this country.
It seems clearly to have been an attempt by the state to prevent the growth of organized resistance within the black community, which had an independent leadership. And that seems to me to have been the real point of the case. And it follows a whole series of other attempts whenever black people have attempted to organize independently, to smash that organization before it got really solid, firm roots within the community.
Greetings, my name is Erica and welcome to Pempamsi Lucium. Here at Pempamsi, we offer a wide range of natural hair and skin products like castor oil to help moisturize and strengthen your hair, things like Cantu and Shea Moisture, natural toothpaste without fluoride, natural deodorants, and many more. We also have various supplements and herbs to help you with cleansing your system. We also have natural body butters, including shea butter and cocoa butter, and natural soaps like black soap.
What's really good about the staff here is that they, can talk about your skin, your textures and your tones in your skin and what's really good for your T-zones and everything like that. The community obviously was missing this, do you know what I mean? And so it's really, really good to have this in the community and so local. Yeah, I'm just really, really happy with it.
Hello, I'm Charlene. Since I've been working in the store, I've had a lot of feedback from customers speaking specifically about the fact that they enjoy being able to come to a black-owned business in the Lewisham community. People are happy to be able to purchase their herbs here, like the sea moss and other herbs, as you can see.
Hi, my name is Basil Links, and I'd just like to let you all know that Pempamsi have opened a new branch in the southeast of London in Lewisham. It's at Lehigh Road, and it's here to service all of the people that have historically had to travel all the way to Brixton to get their natural health and hair care products. We're open 7 days a week. I'm really excited about this development because we're going to be meeting people that have never met us, but it gives us an opportunity to add more value to the local Lewisham community. There's a fantastic team here with years of experience, and we're also opening a consultation room, which means that we'll be able to really help you and drill down into any of your health issues. So please look us up, check us out, and we look forward to serving the Lewisham and the broader community.
Running through corridors, never-ending maze of my mind. Will it ever stop, or will I find the pathways of decision? Have me tripping over distance. I've been missing who I am, been missing. Round and round the merry-go, trying to figure out, oh, will it ever stop, or will I find
Frank Critchlow arrived in London from Trinidad in 1953 and worked for British Rail as a plumber for a while. In 1956, he formed the Starlight 4 Band, which appeared on the radio, on television, and in a cinema advertisement. His skills as an entrepreneur came to the fore when he realized that the new arrivals from the Caribbean and Africa had little or no social or recreational facilities where they were able to relax in a friendly and welcoming environment. Frank decided to open a cafe, the El Rio. The El Rio was opened in 1959 at 127 Westbourne Park Road. The El Rio soon became a very popular meeting place with black people in the area. Pretty soon, it became the favourite meeting place for black and white after-hour revelers, celebrities, visiting musicians, and entertainers from abroad. In 1958, what is now known as the Notting Hill riots saw between 300 to 400 strong keep Britain white mobs, many of them teddy boys, armed with iron bars, butcher's knives, and weighted leather belts. They went what they called nigger hunting among the Caribbean and African residents of Notting Hill and Notting Dale. Black people fought back. It took 5 days before it was over. In 1968, Frank went upmarket and opened the Mangrove Restaurant at 8 All Saints Road. Opening the Mangrove Restaurant was the beginning of Frank's problems. Between 1969 and 1970, the Mangrove was raided 12 times by the police. They charged Frank with petty licensing charges, along with more serious crimes of supplying drugs and rioting. Frank and his friends decided to fight back against these injustices and organized a march on the 9th of August, 1970. 170 people supported the march, with over 700 police officers walking alongside. It was therefore no surprise that violence followed and 9 people were arrested. Among the 9 were Darcus Howe and Frank Critchlow, who were charged with conspiracy to riot. They became known as the Mangrove 9. Vanessa Redgrave and Lord Gifford were among those who gave evidence at their trial. The case lasted 55 days, and all 9 were acquitted. In summing up, the judge said that there was racial hatred in the Metropolitan Police Force. In 1988, Frank was again in court, this time arrested and charged with drug dealing and supplying heroin. The Mangrove was raided by 44 police in riot gear, led by Inspector Paul Condon, who was later knighted and became the Metropolitan Police Commissioner. Frank was never found guilty of any of these charges, and so in 1992, he sued the Metropolitan Police for false imprisonment, battery, and malicious prosecution. The police refused to admit fabricating evidence, but paid him £50,000, a record sum at that time.
Please open your hymn books and join in the opening hymn, which will be led by the steel band, number 568. How Great Thou Art, 568. Especially in the riots, which broke out very near where we now are in the summer of 1958. How the Caribbean community reacted to this will clearly be of great importance. They were and are very fortunate to have had a man of the caliber of Frank Critchlow as one of the leaders who would shape their response in the years that followed. Frank and others like him understood that the response of the Caribbean community must be not a simple one, but a complex one, expressed in different ways according to the different needs, just as the attitude of white people to the question of immigration was and is complex. So he not only got involved in the carnival, as did, of course, many others, he made his own very distinctive contribution, about which many of you can speak better than I can, of founding the member of Restaurant, Community Association, and Steel Band. He got involved in direct and sometimes radical political action, which made him highly unpopular and misunderstood in some quarters. He helped through a variety of ways to strengthen Caribbean people's sense of their own culture, their own self-worth. He even founded a retirement home for elderly Caribbeans to live out their last years in dignity. You might well ask us if anything has really profoundly changed since Frank's heyday. Sure, we have outlawed overt expression of racial intolerance, quite rightly. The police have done a great deal of soul-searching about the kind of institutional racism which compromised their attacks on people like Frank. Even the church, particularly in this part of London, now celebrates its great cultural diversity and has a number of priests, sisters, and lay workers from immigrant communities. But have our hearts really changed? Or have we just moved from fear of each other to a kind of thinly disguised, patronizing condescension about each other's cultures? Oh, how wonderful, how exotic, how beautiful. But really, how different.
About Frank. This was a man who lived a life that was rich and varied, a complex tapestry. This was a very special man. A Trinidadian migrant laborer. He came first to work on British Rail. A musician, the founding member of the Starlight Choir. And there are not many here who are old enough to remember the Starlight Choir, but they are some. This was a restaurateur. He knew how to put a meal together. He knew how to put a cafe or a restaurant together. This was a social entrepreneur long before they ever made up that word. Somebody who could see and understand the potential of his community and turn it into something vibrant and working and wealth creating. That was Frank. But he was more than that. He was in all those things an activist. And that's his message to us. It's one of activism. An activist, and above all and always, a gentleman. A gentleman. It's his smile we remember, isn't it? Grace under pressure. And boy, was there pressure. There was pressure. Pressure of the sort that, for many of the young here, it must be impossible to imagine what it was like. Because Frank gave this community spaces that were our own. Spaces where we were free. Spaces where we could be ourselves at a time in which it was not possible to be black and to be yourself. You remember those times. Frank helped us through those times. He helped us with the Rio way back at 127 Westmore Park. And then he helped us with the mangrove in All Saints Road. They were our spaces. Frank created those spaces. Places where we could be free. Places where we could come together, we could enjoy, we could chat, we could drink, we could eat, we could always eat. We could sing, we could hear music. They were our places. And we welcomed a whole heap of people, black, white, African, Caribbean, Asian, film stars, musicians, community folk, lawyers, plenty of lawyers. Frank needed lawyers. There are lots of lawyers in this room now. Hands up all the lawyers, you know who you are. We know you. All that in spaces that Frank made free. And there were people who couldn't stand. Who couldn't stand for us to be free. They couldn't stand. And they did everything to destroy it. They did everything to take those places away from us. The very existence of those spaces was an affront to them. They were the people for whom the word Babylon was invented. People for whom the word Babylon was invented. Thank you very much.
Frank Critchlow was a key figure in the Portobello Road and Ladbroke Grove areas for many years. He was not only an entrepreneur, but also a community activist. He was the founder of the Mangrove Community Association, which provided advice and services for the black elderly, the young, ex-offenders, and advice and support for organisations and individuals who were fighting injustices. Frank was also responsible for setting up a carnival village and the award-winning Mangrove Steel Band. Many came to learn from this charismatic figure. He maintained his humanity in the face of police aggression and a racist media. He made friends easily and won the support not only of the downtrodden, but of influential members of society. Frank will be remembered for his tenacity, courage, and unstinting commitment to black liberation and expression. He is survived by his son Knowlton and daughters Lenora, Francesca, and Amandla.
wellness salute, Supernova Stars by Medicine Man. So the Super Mega Greens is a great wellness supplement to take pre and post workout. All you gotta do is grab a scoop, put in some water, some fruit juice, shake it and go. It's a great convenience for cell building, fresh oxygen to the cells. So when you're pre-working out, that extra pump, extra oxygen to the bloodstream from the plant proteins to get you amazing magnetism and the boost in the gym. Post-workout, it's a great recovery meal. Great for cell replenishing and rejuvenation. The Mega Greens has holistic, organic supplements, wheatgrass, spirulina, dandelion, alfalfa, chlorella, and ginger. Those working in tandem together creates an amazing, exuberant, extraordinary matrix of power, endurance, clarity, and fortification for your cells, your bones, your kidneys, your organs, your brain waves to be electromagnetic in everything and all that you do. Super Mega Green Superfoods will electrify.
Hi, I'm Amici Inacho, and I am the owner of The Pattern. The Pattern is a vintage store, and also we make, repair, customize clothing. We do everything from suits, jackets, dresses, skirts. It's owned by me, my wife Zena, and our good friend Didier. We started The Pattern about 8 years ago. People should come to The Pattern because of the knowledge we have right now. And sampling will involve pattern cutting. People come to us because we're good pattern cutters, you know, and we're very professional pattern cutters. And so you come to us with a drawing or an idea.
Frank Critchlow arrived in London from Trinidad in 1953 and worked for British Rail as a plumber for a while. In 1956, he formed the Starlight 4 Band, which appeared on the radio, on television, and in the cinema advertisement. His skills as an entrepreneur came to the fore when he realized that the new arrivals from the Caribbean and Africa had little or no social or recreational facilities where they were able to relax in a friendly and welcoming environment. Frank decided to open a cafe, the El Rio. The El Rio was opened in 1959 at 127 Westbourne Park Road. The El Rio soon became a very popular meeting place with Black people in the area. Pretty soon, it became the favourite meeting place for Black and white after-hour revelers, celebrities, visiting musicians, and entertainers from abroad. 1968, Frank went upmarket and opened the Mangrove Restaurant at 8 All Saints Road. This quickly became popular with black and white celebrities, including Diana Ross, Muhammad Ali, Vanessa Redgrave, Bob Marley, as well as white radicals such as Lord Tony Gifford, Colin McInnes, and Richard Neville.
I don't know where he is gone. He is arguably one of the most courageous West Indians who's ever lived in this country. Second that, he came from a decent family in Trinidad, and he was not supposed to stand up against the British police and accuse them of corruption. He did that successfully. But what happens as you go in time is he loses his concentration, he loses his weight. He couldn't carry it alone. And although some of us in the Black Beret stood with him, we are the French soldiers. He disappeared into the night, I think, unfairly. I love Frank. He knows I love them. A lot of people competed for our relationship and lost. Yeah. Frank was my friend. And Frank was a Caribbean man who did ordinary things like opening a restaurant in an extraordinary way. You could not ask for more.
That's right.
Let the wagons roll. Let's take the Viking to Valhalla.
No, hang on. No?
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, hello. About a week ago, I met a guy and he said to me, Frank's dead. I says, where did you hear that from? He said he'd been to his lawyers and his lawyers had told him. So then he came on the street and when I was speaking to him, he says, Jeb, I didn't even think a man like Frank could die. It might sound outrageous, but he was indestructible to us. He seemed indestructible to us. He seemed omnipotent to us. He made us feel that we could do anything. We took on the state and we beat them. We take the police and we beat them. We take Kensington and Chelsea and we beat them. And when other people were in trouble, in Birmingham, in Bristol, in Leeds, they came to Frank and we went to their assistance. Just finally, some people say to me, Mangrove is dead. That is rubbish. Let me tell you all, Mangrove wasn't just a building. Mangrove was a concept. Yes. It was a concept of people helping themselves and helping others. Yes. And we're still doing it. Yes. And Mangrove lives inside of you and me and every one of us here today. Okay, I done.
Between 1969 and 1970, the Mangrove was raided 12 times by the police. They charged Frank with petty licensing charges, from drinking tea and eating corn with friends after 11 p.m. to more serious crimes of supplying drugs and rioting. Frank and his friends decided to fight back against these injustices and organize a march on the 9th of August, 1970. 170 people supported the march, with over 700 police officers walking alongside them. Now, with such a strong police presence, there was violence and 9 people were arrested. Among the 9 were Darcus Howe and Frank Critchlow, who were charged with conspiracy to riot. They became known as the Mangrove 9. Vanessa Redgrave and Lord Gifford were among those who gave evidence at their trial. The case lasted 55 days, and all 9 were acquitted. In summing up, the judge said that there was racial hatred in the Metropolitan Police Force. In 1988, Frank was again in court. This time, he was arrested and charged with drug dealing and supplying heroin. The mangrove was raided by 44 police in riot gear, led by Inspector Paul Condon, who later was knighted and became the Metropolitan Police Commissioner. The legal team of Solicitor Gareth Pierce from the radical firm of Bernberg & Co., Michael Mansfield QC, and Courtney Griffiths QC brought an acquittal. But the long trial and the bail conditions meant that Frank was away from the mangrove and the business never recovered from his absence. In 1992, Frank sued the Met for false imprisonment, battery, and malicious prosecution. The police refused to admit fabricated evidence, but paid him a record sum at the time of £50,000. Frank said that the money would help in a small way, but it's no compensation for what they did, he said. Everybody knows that I do not have anything to do with drugs. I don't even smoke cigarettes. I cannot explain the disgust, the ugliness, not just for me, but for all my family, that this whole incident has caused. Frank Critchlow became a key figure in Notting Hill, not only as a restaurateur, but he set up the Mangrove Community Association. This provided advice services, support for Black elderly people, young people, ex-offenders, and advice and support for organisations and individuals who were fighting injustices in the UK as well as abroad. There's also a carnival village and the award-winning Mangrove Steel Band. Frank maintained his humanity in the face of police aggression and racist media. He made friends easily and won the support for downtrodden, as well as the influential. He will be remembered for his courage and unstinted commitment to Black liberation and expression. Frank is survived by his son Knowlton and daughters Lenora, Francesca, and Amanda from his former partnership with Lucy Addington.
Hi guys, welcome to Pen Pansy. My name's Michelle and I'm the co-owner of Pen Pansy Mitcham. As you know, we're well known for our natural products and we cater to products for mind, body and soul. We're coming up to 1 year anniversary and we're really looking forward to focusing on weekly events which will be promoting our brands that we hold in store.
So I've been coming to the store for probably maybe a year now. It feels like it was just great to get this type of store within the community where I could pick up my vitamins, I could pick up sea moss, I could pick up all the essential things I need to reach my maximum performance, whether it's mentally, physically.
My name's Janice and I'm the designer and founder of J Chic Gifts. I came here in April of this year to join Pen Pansy to bring my colour, pictures, bags and clothes designs to enhance the look of Pen Pansy.
We really like to focus on natural healing here at Pen Pansy, so we offer a wide range of natural holistic products. We have natural herbal remedies, we have natural supplements, and we have a lot of natural herbal teas.
Here at Pen Pansy, we have started doing workshop classes for all ages. The subjects that we deal with are card making, sewing, and pattern cutting. We also do upholstery, shoe, and lampshade covering. There are people out there that would like to start a new hobby and even a new business. I'm here to make arts and crafts enjoyable for everyone.
We're looking for our local residents to get in touch with us. All our events will be marketed towards your everyday needs. If you have issues with menopause, hair loss, or if you simply want to learn about crystal healing and crystal therapy, all of our events will be tailored towards your needs. So do get in touch. We're waiting to hear from you. Put your name down on the mailing list and you'll be kept in the loop of all the events we've got coming up.
I first came into this shop because it was selling black products. I wanted to know if they had these. I could find them somewhere else, but I was so happy that a shop was opening in Mitcham.
Hi, I'm Miss Kes Sims, and the reason why I am here at Pen Pansy is because the product range is endless. Internal supplements for your health, skincare, natural health care. There's none other like it. Make sure you do get down here to Pen Pansy and enhance your health. Be here, check it out. It's amazing.
Hi, my name's Basil Links and it's been 1 year since we've opened Mitcham. I'd really like to say a big thank you to all those that have supported and all those that haven't. Please come and check us out. I'd like to say a big thank you to the team because they're doing an amazing job. And I know that we're going to go from strength to strength, with your support and help. So, well done, Mitcham. Keep it moving.
Against all the wrongs for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I thought they did you so wrong, I still standing here.
Guy, he's one of the first guys, the Mango 9, that actually bust the case with no solicitors. 9 of them.
Wow. So he was his own lawyer?
Because the reason being is that they raided this place, as they usually always do, put pressure on people, because they're doing so well in the restaurant. And because this area was very notorious at the time as black people, in the ghetto, what do? They sell drugs. When they sell drugs, they use that opportunity to blame people. And when they're able to blame someone, they say, okay, let's raid this place because a lot of black people go here.
That's crazy.
So them times, a lot of the police were fabricating. So 9 of them got arrested. But this guy has been fighting for the community for a very long time before he passed away. So probably. But this whole used to be what we call Rub Kitchen. Yeah. But before that, it was his restaurant, and he used to do Caribbean food. It was notorious back then, and he was a community worker. He worked with quite. There's another guy that died last year. Is it Darkest? Yeah, Darkest Help. Yeah. They were good friends at the time. Yeah, so remember like what he achieved and what he did, and able to achieve that. You know what? Sometimes you can actually call these people against what they have done or what they do against their own system. You know, they represent themselves. They shouldn't be up Mango 9.
So my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs. Against all the wrongs for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I thought they did you so wrong, I still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs. Against all the wrongs. Imagine if Malcolm would have never got killed. Crack in the hallways would have never got filled. Imagine if Marcus would have never had to chill. Blacks wouldn't be living.
Peace, family. Hope you enjoyed that on the Mango 9. The Mango 9 were big in their game when they went to the Old Baileys and they defeated the police in understanding the full terms of racism. Now we're going back to the topics. So, oh, by the way, family, at 11:30 we will be having what would I say? It's the question time at 11:30 on Black Eyes TV, where we're talking about the activists. What was supposed to be on last Saturday, we will be repeating that, so you can have the opportunity to get onto the Black Eyes TV 11:30. And it will be around 6:30 EST time. So if you have the opportunity, please log in onto Black Eyes TV tomorrow, and we'll be showing that. But for now, today at 7 o'clock, we'll be having part 2 of Pan-African Talks, and it'll be talking on the Gary Funa. That will be at 7 p.m. GMT time. So if you have the opportunity, please log in on there. But today, as I'm talking, and we're talking about the title of the day, the discussion of the day is why don't we unite? And what's stopping us from uniting? Is it fair? Is it ego? What's stopping us? You know, and I just want to discuss with people to find out why we are the way we are. Why are we scared to join together? Why are we scared to unite together? Is there any form of issue? But I'm going to give some little bit of inspirational, because I like to talk the inspiration to the family. So today, as I said once again, today's topic is: can melanated families unify, or does ego or fear get in its way? But yeah, I'm gonna play one little clip of trauma and see if this is a kind of thing that creates a fear within our community. So family, I hope you're enjoying the day of so much information. I'm doing as much as I can, but if you feel that you can jump on, please jump on. The link is at the top. Please press the like, share, and subscribe buttons. So now, as I go into just a quick one to talk about the trauma, and is that what's stopping us in forms of fear to able to unify ourselves?
trauma. Post-traumatic slave syndrome is an explanatory theory that really looks at multi-generational trauma. One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped, experimented on, and then you have to ask the question, did the trauma continue? Yes, so 300 years of trauma, no help, freed, no help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that is also sustained. When we look at multi-generational trauma, we're looking at people who are maybe victims of natural disasters and their families and their children, generations of folks who have experienced war. And we know that there are residual mental, emotional, traumatic impact. And what I did was I started to look at the African-American experience, starting with slavery, as a real clear, long enduring trauma. I started to see that there were clear connections between that survival behavior and contemporary living in African-American experience. I started to see common behaviors that I took for granted as, well, cultural. There's adaptive behaviors, survival behaviors. Well, what are they? Let's just say 2019, you have a Black mother and a white mother. The sons go to school together. They find themselves at a meeting. The Black mother leans over to the white mother and says, I just wanted to mention to you that I noticed that your son is really doing quite well. And the white mother's response is, oh, thank you. She begins to go on and on about he won the science fair, his uncle's an astronaut. She's just oozing. She realizes the Black mother's son is actually excelling her son. And she says, well, wait a minute. Your son's the one that's really coming along. And the Black mother responds, oh my God, he's a handful, but oh, he just works my nerves. Now, when I'm working with African-American people, it doesn't matter what the audience is. It doesn't matter what class. If I were to ask, is she very proud while she's saying those denigrating things? And everybody laughs and goes, of course, there's a secret. Because everybody Black knows that even though the Black mother is going, oh my God, she's really proud. So now let's roll that scene back 300 years. And let's say this Black mother is working in the fields and a white slave owner comes through and says, wow, that boy is really coming along. What is she gonna say? No, he's not. He's stupid. He's shiftless. He can't work because I don't want you to sell him. So I denigrate them to protect them. That is called appropriate adaptation when living in a hostile environment. The little white boy, say Timmy, he feels really comfortable and happy about what his mom just said about him. And Trey looks at his mom and wonders, why can't you be proud of me? Because he doesn't understand the secret yet. And by the time he learns the secret, he will have already been injured by it. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. PTSD is a disorder that occurs as a result of a single trauma. You don't even have to be there to actually get a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. You could just hear about something horrific happening to someone you love. So you have people who have experienced it firsthand, people who have witnessed it in their environment, right? People who are continuing to be oppressed. That exacerbates any possibility of healing. So it's not post-traumatic stress disorder, because then it becomes part of what we call your socialization process. So you begin to normalize a way of living and being, everything from what we eat to what we believe it means to be a friend. All of these things are colored by history. And if you don't understand it, you're going to fold in things that you've just assumed are normal. But post-traumatic stress disorder, exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future. There was a point where there were African-American children in different urban settings that didn't expect to live to be adults because they saw so much death, that they started planning their funerals like at 13, 12, as young as 10. When you start looking at the simple biology, you start looking at the impact of stress on health. And while we look at general stress, we know finances, you have illnesses, all these different things. How about being Black? How does factoring in being Black in America impact your stress level and therefore your body's ability to operate its own immune system? Because we know it compromises the immune system. Once you understand it, then you can deal with it, because you see it's habitual. You socialize, it becomes part of your being. So one of the ways you begin to address that multi-generational trauma is to work with the people it directly impacts, to hear from them. And when you give the people the information, they can use it. I think the first order of business is beginning to have a conversation. And the other is to educate the larger society. You have to stop the assault. So this is not purely a clinical thing. This requires social justice and change. That's where part of the healing is. It's not in a clinical setting or in a pill. It's in fairness and justice and safety and equity. We got to work with some of those clinical things, some of those issues of panic and anxiety. And we also have to deal with the fact that you have a system that is set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
Yes, family. Do you feel that the traumas that we've been going through is stopping us, keeping us in fear of our situation, of unifying ourselves and coming together? Are we scared of just connecting with others? Have we been dismantled or fractured so much within our family that we can't even have a conversation with even within our household? What do you think? You know, it's a deep topic in that situation, you know, and, you know, we have to go deep into our history and do some forms of research and dig in, you know. So I'm going to play another thing of history. As you know, it's Saturday, people are at home chilling, relaxing. And if you feel like you want to come on the panel and have a talk, please do come on. The link is in the chat and on the top of the chat as well, and in the description. Please press like, share, and subscribe. So as I'm continually talking, as later on today, 7 o'clock, please come in. But what I'm going to do, because I have something to do quickly, I'm going to go off and I'm going to come back to giving you more information. So be aware, as I will be back very soon today.